Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Getting ready to go live here from Loving, New Mexico in a battle of 4 2A powerhouses. Eunice has traveled over to Loving to face the Falcons. We're testing mics, getting ready to get started. Thank you for listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live at HobbsAmerica.com or at the Eunice Sports YouTube page. Thank you for listening. We will be back in just a few minutes to get started with our broadcast.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
Eunice has a friendly small-town atmosphere, great schools and churches, and a low cost of living. The entire community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. The Eunice Department of Motor Vehicles' new office hours are Monday through Thursday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. No testing on Friday. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities.
Outlaw Grill thanks you for supporting Outlaw Grill throughout the years. Outlaw Grill has all your favorites, from savory soups to burgers. Porterhouse steaks, fettuccine alfredo, crispy chicken scallopini are just some of the all-time favorites. Outlaw Grill invites you to come in or call your order in 575-392-2012. That's 575-392-2012. It's a fast turnaround time for a delicious gourmet meal from the crew at Outlaw Grill.
The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. I'm Jimmy Jones alongside Rosendo Caballero, and we are getting started quickly here as Alfredo Morales steps to the plate.
Up the bat. Good job there. He swung and missed on the first pitch as Mr. Jones fills out all the paperwork we need.
And that is Nate Collins on the mound for Loving here. This is a battle of top 5 teams in the 2A division here as Morales fouls that one right back up over the top of us, and I thought it was going to hit the metal roof above us and make me jump.
For it. Nope. Missed it by a smidge.
So anyway, we are live here. Once again, we're kind of scrambling. Rosendo had to work a little bit, and I was up half the night trying to get my wife off to Washington, D.C. to go represent Eunice on some things on a last-minute notice, so we are scrambling there. There's a drive to left field. It's going to hang up there in the air, and that's going to be a flyout for Alfredo Morales in his first at-bat.
And don't forget, you were at the track meet as well last night.
Yes, and congratulations, shout-out to the boys on their win last night in the Goodman Relays. They picked up the first-place position in the team totals, and the Lady Cards ended up third in that track meet. Got to give a quick shout-out to my daughter as she picked up the High Point Award.
Yes, she did.
Congratulations, Chloe.
Be Chloe out there.
So here comes the next pitch. Big breaking ball. Doesn't quite come back in enough. That'll be ball one.
On batter, Jonathan Caballero.
Yes, sir. And as we're doing this, I'm going to try
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
to get this roster filled out here.
And we are playing it in Loving, New Mexico. You might get confused with Eunice because of the green background, but we are in Loving.
There's a drive foul, but, man, he hit that one solid over foul down the left field line.
Nice shot, making the count even. 1-1, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Beautiful, beautiful morning.
And it is nice. You couldn't ask for better right now. I mean, it's about as nice out here as you can get.
She's asked for some more time before we can get prepped better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we kind of scrambled in here, but we are set up.
Ooh.
And we're set up for the first pitch.
Got
And there's
hit.
an inside pitch that hits Caballero, and that'll send him over to first, and Caballero becomes the first base runner.
Let me get the app going here, hopefully.
Oh, yeah, shoot. I forgot all about the app.
Yes, sir, I did as well.
Sitting over here filling out rosters and forgot. Here's Chance Tucker to the plate. Tucker just signed to play some college baseball yesterday. The Eunice schools deemed yesterday Chance Day at Eunice schools as he signed to continue his baseball career in college next year. So Tucker at the plate. Loving tries to pick him off at first base, throwing back over to first, but Caballero dives in safely.
Gets back real quick in a hurry.
So Tucker, the right-handed batter, steps back into the box. Once again, Nate Collins on the hill for Loving here has done a good job so far. Caballero's going to go. They kind of had a pitch out for him, so it was a perfect opportunity for Loving, and they picked Caballero off as he was stealing second.
And the Loving crowd goes crazy on the beautiful job by the head coach for the Loving Falcons doing the pitch off him, which means he's been watching film on the Eunice Cardinals because a lot of people don't jump the gun like that.
Yeah, the catcher stepped up, pitch hit him right in the chest, and he turned it over to second and caught Caballero headed for second. So that's 2 outs already. Back to Tucker as Tucker is at the plate, and he takes that strike on the outside corner.
Making it 1-1, 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here. Bottom of the first, the score is 0-0 as I continue looking for this app.
I just looked today, and Loving is ranked number 2 in 2A baseball right now. Eunice, I'm not sure how, but they're at 4 or 5. And they're going to call that one outside for the ball. So 2 balls,
Correct.
1 strike, and 2 outs here to Tucker.
And nobody on for the Eunice Cardinals.
So Tucker back in there ready, takes a couple of practice swings. Collins on the hill for Loving. Takes the sign, kicks and fires. That ball's driven over toward the shortstop. Shortstop runs in, scoops up on the run. Tucker hustling down, and that ball's going to get by, so Tucker heads over to second. He's easily into second, and he's going to keep on coming, and it's going to be a close one. He slides in there Pete Rose style with the face-first slide into third, and Tucker now is in scoring position, and that'll bring up the big man, Jose Calvillo.
A beautiful job. Nice base running by Mr. Tucker. Seen the ball going by first base, going to second. Ball wasn't even near, so he took off to third, knowing that he is fast enough to compete in the next level.
Yes,
Good job.
So good job there. Good bit of base running by Tucker. And the left-hander, Calvillo, comes to the plate for the Cardinals. Collins on the hill, as we've mentioned, for Loving. He kicks and fires. That ball swung on, a huge swing and a miss. You know, the wind's kind of blowing right out towards center field here today. So
It is to our back. Yes, sir.
Seemed like Calvillo was thinking maybe if he could hit one in the air, it might keep on going.
Man, we just need a little gapper here to get on the board.
Yes, sir. Calvillo going to step out of the box there. Just trying to see, is that Cerna that's sitting there next?
Yes, sir. That is Bubba Cerna on deck.
Right. So we've got Bubba Cerna on deck. Calvillo back in there, and
Oh,
he
come
takes
on,
that
that was
pitch on the
inside by 4 inches.
corner for ball number 1.
Sorry to
I'm
walk all
sorry,
over
for
you,
strike
boss.
number 2. That's all right. We are Once again, we're kind of completing our rosters and everything as we go. We kind of got a late jump here, but we appreciate everyone's patience. Catcher setting up way inside. That ball's hit off his knuckles, and, man, that would have been a perfect one.
Yeah, it would have, but it came off on Calvillo's leg there.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's going to be big business right there. That's going to score a run. It was a slow dribbler right down the third base line, and it was going to spin back into play, and I thought we were going to get a run off of that one, but unfortunately it's a foul ball. We've got an 0-2 count, 2 outs here. Chance Tucker standing on third, hoping to score the Cardinal first run. Calvillo at the plate. He reaches for that one and hits it over. Well, it knocks back down off the netting.
Stayed in bounds. Beautiful job staying alive on Calvillo, reaching over on the outside corner.
This Loving School District has done a really good job redoing this field, and it looks really good. This is the first time I've seen it since they redid it. It looks nice.
I love that green wall in the back. Reminds me of home.
Yes, yep. It's definitely a pretty neat looking setup they've got. There's a drive over into left field. Looks like the left fielder going to slide up under it. He does. He makes the catch on the fly out. And just like that, the Loving Falcons are able to get out of a scary situation and keep Tucker from scoring. We'll send it over for a word from our sponsors while we catch up with our rosters.
Eunice schools are excited to have students and staff back on campus and involved in another successful school term. It's been an eventful year, and the Eunice schools are ready for whatever comes their way. Eunice Public Schools provide high-quality educational experiences in a safe environment. The entire Eunice community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities and a fantastic school system.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
Outlaw Grill thanks you for supporting Outlaw Grill throughout the years. Outlaw Grill has all your favorites, from savory soups to burgers. Porterhouse steaks, fettuccine alfredo, crispy chicken scallopini are just some of the all-time favorites. Outlaw Grill invites you to come in or call your order in 575-392-2012. That's 575-392-2012. It's a fast turnaround time for a delicious gourmet meal from the crew at Outlaw Grill. Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Loving, New Mexico, as the Eunice Cardinals are facing the Loving Falcons, who are playing on their home field, which looks a lot like the Eunice field, but this one has a little bit more red than the Eunice one does. We're here in the bottom of the first. It's I and Jimmy Jones today. Correct my grammar there.
Absolutely, and I am trying to catch up here, getting almost caught up with all of our rosters, as Rosendo did a fantastic job of hustling over to get some of those things.
Thank you for the hustle part. I was speed walking, buddy. I was speed walking. You don't want this big boy running.
So Trey Totterveen will be up to bat for this Loving team.
Number 27.
Pitching for the Cardinals today is Tucker. Tucker on the hill for Eunice.
As Trey swings and misses on the first pitch, making it strike number 1 in the bottom of the first. We have a good crowd here today.
Man, and they're still pouring in here. You know.
And bear with us on the video. We have a pole right to the right of us, so I will just see if we can get first base in here, as our true cameraman is still out on some leave. Swing and a miss goes Trey for out number 1 for the Loving Falcons.
Yeah, so that'll bring up number 5, Tristan Ansuarez. He steps to the plate. Suarez playing second base.
I'm glad we have this little shade over us.
Oh, man, I was afraid we were going to be sitting over beside the fence. I'm glad we're not. So there's ball 1 to Suarez. As we mentioned, Chance Tucker on the hill today. Shout out to him as well. Once again, they had Chance Tucker Day yesterday. There's a drive into right center field. That's going to find the gap. Yeah. It's down. It's hitting. He's headed to. They look like Billy Blevins scoops it up, fires it in, and a sliding safely to second is Suarez, and he instantly motions for the crowd to make some noise for him.
Nice job hitting there. He went to opposite field on that outside pitch. Lands between right and center. It gets a stand-up. Was it sliding for a double, huh?
Yes, yeah, he picks up the double there. So now they've got a runner in scoring position, 1 out here. As the Loving Falcons, the number 2 ranked team in the state in 2A baseball, facing the defending state champion and number 4 ranked Eunice Cardinals, and that pitch is going to get by, and that's going to advance Suarez over to third, and this Loving crowd and team is coming alive here with the noise.
Yeah, it's a beautiful job by that base runner taking advantage of the missed ball there. He advances to third. So just like that, he's right there within scoring.
So up next is, it's still Leyva, I'm sorry.
Yes, so Leyva.
Leyva up at the plate, the right-hander.
Count is 1-1, Mr. Jones.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Got about 3/4 of all my roster filled out here as I'm still trying to catch up. There's a dry foul hit over toward the Lady Falcons softball field.
Did they get turf as well?
What's that?
Did they get turf over there as well?
You know,
or they already had it?
I don't know. I don't know that answer. I know this Loving Lady Falcon softball program has won a lot of state championships through the years. Oh, and that ball hits the batter, and that'll send Leyva over to first base. And
came off the wrist, I believe.
Yeah, and Suarez was headed home there. They're going to send him back to third. And here comes Drew Reynolds out to visit with the umpire. It looks like he is headed straight to home plate. The umpire's walking away from him, headed the other direction.
At the same time, they're asking for a courtesy runner for the one on first base. A lot of activity right here in the first inning for the Loving Falcons. Yeah, keep in mind, Eunice is the one in red, white, and black stripe uniforms. Yeah. And Loving is just a solid red with white pants and red socks. A lot of red out there, huh?
Yeah. So Drew Reynolds, the coach for the Cardinals, in his last season, as he has announced that he will be stepping down. So this Cardinal program going to be looking for a new coach
at the end of this season.
The umpire now headed over toward to consult after visiting with Coach Reynolds. He's now headed over toward first base.
If I was a guessing man, Mr. Jones, he's going to go out there and tell the ref, you know what, he leaned into the ball as the ball was coming in, or he did not attempt to move. Right. So if he did either or, that young man will be called back to home to bat.
Or maybe he thought he took a check swing at it and it hit his hands as he was swinging.
Possibility. All I know is this bench right here, when you get up, make sure you ain't white.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Shoot, I was
oh, you already are white,
I was born that way.
Unfortunately.
I'm like Lady Gaga. I was born that way.
What do you mean like Lady Gaga, born that way?
That's right. She got a song called Born That Way.
Okay,
I know that because my wife made me go to Vegas and sit through one of her concerts. It was very interesting.
Made you sit.
I ain't never seen so many men wearing thongs with fishnet shirts and whatnot.
You were like a fish out of water, right?
I was right there. I thought about putting my thong and my fishnets on, but anyway, I decided to leave them at home.
Gonna bring a big 22 for the Loving Falcons.
So Loving now with runners in the corner, or on the corner, first and third. Emerson Rodriguez steps to the plate. He's the cleanup man. Only 1 out here. Tucker on the hill. There goes the runner. And that ball almost, in fact, it did. It hits the.
No, the umpire said
they're calling him back.
As a crowd behind us says they want him to hit, so you must have some big guns out there.
So they
call it a ball.
Yeah, the batter initially was indicating he was hit. He was headed for first. The umpire called him back. So here we go, 1-0. Here's the next pitch.
Whoa.
That ball's inside for ball. Well, they call a strike.
Yes, sir, he did.
So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here. 1-1-1.
On the board. Big 21 sits on deck there.
That ball's high and outside for ball two. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Once again, Chance Tucker on the hill, pitching to the cleanup batter, Emerson Rodriguez. Runners at second and third.
Beautiful
Big breaking ball comes back in, called strike, so that makes it 2-2.
Our point of view, that was a beautiful pitch right here.
Absolutely. I don't think the Loving fans agreed, but big breaking ball for sure.
Throw it in there again to see if it breaks again, right?
Yep. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch from Tucker. That ball
Oh,
breaks
beautiful.
in there for strike 3. Ring him up, set him down, send him over to have a seat in the dugout. He thought he was headed for first. Instead, he's headed for the dugout.
A big change there, right?
Yes, sir.
Making out number 2 here in the bottom of the first. I apologize. Loving has runners on second and third. Brings up Diego, according to the crowd, up the bat.
So Diego Leja, and there's a strike right on the outside corner for strike 1. So Tucker looking like he might be getting going here. Still got runners at second and third in scoring position. 2 outs here. Tucker trying to get himself out of a pickle, and there's a big swing and a miss for strike 2. So just like that, it's 0-2. 1 strike away for Tucker to clean this up and get himself out of a pickle here. Here comes the pitch. Kick and fires. Big swing and a miss. Ring him up, set him down as Chance Tucker strikes out the last 2 batters to clean them bases off and send the Cardinals back up to the plate for batting.
Beautiful job there by Tucker, keeping composure, control, and dominating the last 2 batters. So we'll go to commercials real quick, Mr. Jones.
All right.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006. Their team is known for their hard work and dedication, big enough to meet your needs for transport, pump trucks, vacuum trucks, and disposal services. Parker Energy and their staff are huge supporters of all Lee County sports and academics. They encourage their young adults to go the extra mile, whether it's sports, grades, or just being a better you. Parker Energy Support Services, 2350 Avenue O, a proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Loving, New Mexico. As we go into the top of the second, we have Bubba Stern up the bat, Aiden Pender on deck, and I do not know who's in the hole. I believe it's Billy Blevins from my point of view
Yes,
here.
sir. I believe you're right. That's what I've written on my sheet here. As we mentioned, we're kind of got a late start here, so trying to catch up. Bubba Cerna, the catcher, heads to the plate. He's the right-handed batter. On the hill still for Loving is Nick Collins. So Cerna at the plate. He swings and drives that one foul back over the tops of our head.
For strike number 1.
0-1 here early to Cerna. So Cerna steps back in there. He's ready. Come on, Bubba, says the crowd.
Come on, Bubba.
Bubba, let's go, Bubba.
We're in South Louisiana here.
That's right. There's a big swing and a drive toward right center field. It's
Go,
way
go,
back.
go, go,
It could be, and it's caught at the warning track by Loving. What a drive by Cerna, but what a catch by the center fielder for Loving.
We could take something positive out of that. Here lately, Bubba's been struggling at the plate. He hit that ball solid towards the deepest part of the field.
Yeah.
So that's a very good sign. I'll take that.
Yeah, that was a well-hit ball, and that'll bring up Aiden Pender, the second baseman here today for the Cardinals. Pender steps in there. He's also the right-handed batter, facing the right-handed pitcher Nick Collins for the number 2 ranked Loving Falcons. There's a big swing and a miss by Pender for strike number 1.
Strike number 1.
Pender back in there, ready to go. On deck is Billy Blevins, Billy the Kid, the gunslinger.
That's my boy.
Here he is at the plate is Pender. Here's the pitch. Big breaking ball in there for strike 2.
That pitch took my breath away. I'm like,
That's a good looking pitch. Big slow breaking ball that just came back right across the plate. So Pender down 0-2 here, 1 out. He steps back in there. He's ready. Looks like the catcher's setting up way inside on him, and then they throw it outside for ball number 1.
If he was trying to throw it inside, he missed his spot by like 5 inches there, huh?
or 5 feet.
One or the other. That wasn't be that rude, but we'll take it.
Yeah, he definitely set up inside, and this time he's going to sink down. Looks like he's going to set up right in the center of the plate. Up now he's sliding over to that outside corner. Big breaking ball. It's driven into right center field. Oh, what a catch. What a catch by the second baseman who makes a diving catch out in the gap. I mean, that was a well-hit ball by Blevins.
By Aiden Pender.
Yeah, I'm sorry, by Aiden Pender, and that'll bring Blevins to the plate.
Correct.
Second baseman there, that's Ansuarez, made an amazing diving catch out there in the gap, saving the single.
Yeah, saving the single. Maybe an extra base is the way it was hit.
Billy Blevins heads up to the plate, takes a big swing and a miss for strike number 1. 0-1 is the count.
We have Jeter on deck.
So Braylon Jeter next in line.
I was looking for the flag. I don't see the flagpole out here anymore.
Yeah, and I don't either, unless it maybe is above us. So that ball's inside and low for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here. We've got 2 outs, no runners on base.
There's a possibility it might be behind us.
Billy Blevins at the plate, the right-handed batter. On deck is Braylon Jeter. Blevins steps in there, chokes up on the bat. He's ready. That ball's on the outside corners, called strike 2 to Blevins.
They barely painted that outside corner. I can't blame Blevins on that one letting it go by. It's kind of iffy.
So Blevins steps back in there. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here. We're in the top of the second. Blevins in there. Looks like they're setting up way outside. Here comes the pitch, and it's out there and high for ball number 2. So we got the 2-2-2.
And 2.
Rock, boogie, paper, whatever.
Something like that.
Heath and Jared always give me. I can't ever keep up with all the rock, boogies, and
rock boogies and jiggles or something like that.
There you go. Rock, boogies, and jiggles. No, that's not. There's a drive over into right field.
If it falls in play, we're going to keep that.
Oh, and it's going to fall just foul down the right field line. And it'd have been about 2 feet to the left. He'd have had extra bases because that ball hit with some spin on it. And as soon as it hit, it went right toward the back corner.
And Levin's got some wheels on him.
Yeah. He was already rounding first by the time that ball hit the turf. So Blevins steps back in there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Rock baby Humper Nickel or something like that.
They come up with their own.
Yeah, he's in there and he's ready. Big curveball stays high, so that's going to make the count full. We're in a 3-2 count here with 2 outs. Braylon Jeter standing in the on-deck circle, hoping he can step up to the plate this inning. Blevins back in there, chokes up on the bat.
Nice base hitting here, Blevins. Let's go now.
Sets it in there, he's ready. Here comes the pitch from Nick Collins. A big swing and a miss for Blevins for strikeout. That is the first strikeout for this Cardinal team and for the pitcher, Nick Collins. So we'll send it back over for a word from our sponsors. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of their Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids with their academics and athletics. They realize that balancing both is challenging and appreciate their determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they are cheering them on all the way. Bart and his crew say, "Go Eunice Cardinals!"
You've just changed the light bulb in the pantry to an Energy Star energy-efficient LED bulb, one that uses up to 90% less energy than a regular old incandescent bulb and saves you more than $55 over its lifetime. You just saved energy and money and did the environment a solid. What's next? Organizing the pantry? It's suddenly so well lit. Find our LED discounts at excelenergy.com/lighting deals. Excel Energy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Got ahead of myself. It didn't take us off me, but here we are in Loving, New Mexico. And I was going to make a comment. This is a new turf field, and our players are not allowed to use their metal cleats.
Okay.
And in Eunice, that's a new turf field, and everybody gets to use their metal cleats.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So, see if that affects us.
There's a drive over toward the third baseman. He comes in, scoops it up, fires it over to first for out number 1. Who is that on third?
That is
Is
Jeter.
that Jeter?
Yes,
All
sir.
right, so Braylon Jeter scoops that one up, fires it over to first base, making light work of Bobby Porras. So what a play there by Jeter.
Yes, beautiful job. One pitch, one hit, one throw, and one out there for the Eunice Cardinals.
So that'll bring up number 14, the pitcher Nick Collins, as he steps in there ready to go. Chance Tucker on the hill for the Cardinals. There's a fire right down the middle. Must have been a little bit high for ball number 1.
Just a smidge, barely missed the zone. So they got a bunch of white butterflies out there.
Yeah, they must like that. They're pollinating that turf or something. There's a drive over toward Jeter again. Jeter scoops that one up. It's going to be called foul right down the line.
Wisely waited for that ball to go out of bounds or become a foul ball to play it.
Yeah, kind of a slow roller right
Yes.
down that line.
Making it count 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike here.
1 out. Rock, paper, Sugi.
Beautiful
There's
pitch.
a pitch right down the middle for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to the pitcher, Nick Collins, for Loving. He steps back in there. He's ready. Tucker wasting no time. Fires that one right down the middle for strike number 3, and that's 3 Ks already for Tucker.
He's doing a beautiful job hitting the spots. Wherever the catcher's setting up, that ball is getting to that point very beautifully.
And that'll bring up the X-Man, Exodus Fierro, the DH for this Falcon team.
Exodus Fierro?
Yes, sir.
That is a strong name there, bud.
That is pretty strong. He looks pretty strong.
Himself.
He steps in there. He's ready. Here comes the pitch. It's right down the middle for strike number 1. What a pitch by Chance Tucker.
I'm telling you, man, he's feeling it right now.
Tucker wasting no time. Reaches
That's
back.
a balk. Because when he reached back, touched his hair, he's not supposed to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say he reached back, grabbed his hair, threw the curls around a few seconds.
That's 1-1. You can't balk if there's nobody on base and they give it a ball automatically.
Well, okay.
So when he gets on the mound,
Yeah.
touch the ball. He can do it before he touches the ball.
Yeah. But
He
once
can lick his
touches-
fingers or anything. But
once he touches the ball, he can't play with
he
the
can't not
locks.
come off the ball.
So we'll call him Chance Locklear as he played with the locks, and it was a box. So
And just like that, he threw a fastball on the inside of the plate completely, making it a ball.
So 2 balls, 1 strike now after the called balk on Goldilocks. He's got that nice flowing hair. Looks like
Man.
he uses Pert Plus, and there's an inside breaking ball that had the batter diving out of the way, and it actually came back toward the plate. That was a big breaking
I'm
ball
telling
that
you.
cut back across, and there he gets him leaning back on his heels again for strike 2. So that makes it a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here.
Here it is. That's a setup pitch right here. Here it is.
Right down the middle is strike number 3, and that'll send them back to the dugout as Fierro goes down on the strikeout.
When Chance threw that pitch inside and he jumped out on
Yep.
that breaking pitch, that was a setup pitch for the outside corner.
Yeah, and he definitely got him leaning the other direction. We'll keep it right here this time. A quick shout out to our sponsors, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, Parker Energy Services. Shout out to Brett Parker. He's had some health issues the last week or so, and we're thinking about you. We appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. I seen him walking down the street, being a hard-headed Parker like he is. He isn't letting anything hold him back, that's for sure. Eunice Pump and Supply. I saw John Nogelmeyer here, but Becky and all the gang down there, Brandon Matthews, we appreciate you. Eunice Health Clinic, Leanne Reeves, and a quick shout out while we're talking about
Sarah.
Leanne Reeves to Sarah Reeves. That young lady has come out of her shell this year, and yesterday she picked up the first place in the 300-meter hurdles, done an excellent job. The last, all year. She did a good job in volleyball. She's done a good job in track. This is a young lady that really hadn't competed in any sports since maybe elementary.
Yes, you're
and then
absolutely correct.
steps in there this year, and the young lady's doing good things. So shout out to Leanne Reeves, the Eunice Health Clinic, and, of course, Sarah. Devon Energy, NMR Pipeline, BTH Services and Rental, Cardinal Hardware and Lumber, the Eunice Public Schools, Outlaw Grill, the City of Eunice, and Redbird Gas. We appreciate all that you do and making it possible for us to bring these broadcasts back to everyone at home. So with that said, Braylon Jeter steps up to the plate.
You got Coburn on deck, and I think we go back to the lineup after that.
All righty. So I'll put on here that Colburn is next.
Oh.
There's a breaking ball that hits the corner.
Yes, sir. The smidge of the corner. Making it 1 strike on here on Big Jeter.
Yeah.
You know he's 6'2".
Man, he's a tall glass of
Yes,
water,
sir, he
that's
is.
for sure. Another one of those young men that's got a lot of deep ties to Eunice. He breaks that one over toward the third base line, and it's going to be foul.
This young man needs to just relax up there and he has the talent. I think he just overthinks everything.
Mm-hmm.
He just needs to relax, go through the motions. And then he's going to explode at that plate and on the field.
So he steps back in there. He's ready as Jeter. Nick Collins on the hill for Loving. Fires a curveball across. Jeter pops it up straight up above the pitcher. Pitcher trying to get underneath it, and he does. Almost tripped over the mound.
Yep, and that's why pitchers don't catch pop flies. Because you're afraid you can get on the mound, get this little disorientated, you can fall back and hurt yourself. So, kind of unwritten rule in baseball.
So Brady Colburn steps up to the plate now. Colburn, the right-handed batter, a junior for this Cardinal team. Another one of those deep tie Eunice Cardinals. It's got parents and grandparents and great-grandparents all from Eunice. And that first pitch is high and inside for ball number 1.
And on deck, you have Alfredo Morales, the top of the lineup, who is playing center field for the Eunice Cardinals.
So Colburn steps back in there. He's ready. Colburn's number 6. He takes a big hack at that one.
He took over there on the right field for Coy after the first couple of games.
So he's playing right field today?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll note that here in my little notes. So he's back in there. He's ready. That ball goes behind the batter. Colburn looked like he was doing the limbo that I used to do in the 80s at the skating rink.
I mean, as big as the legs he has, I would have took it. We need bases. We need runners.
Yeah, he was definitely limboing.
He wasn't sure if there's enough balls. You probably would have shattered that ball with them legs.
That's a muscular little
That
rascal
is,
right there.
He's swole, they say.
Yep. Colburn back in there. That ball's on the outside corner for strike number 2.
2 strikes, 2 balls.
I got Leonard Skinnerd White calling me on the phone. Sure, he's probably wanting to know if the game's being covered. I'll have to catch him a little bit later as we are live. The man, the myth, the legend, Len White. There's a drive foul back over the first base dugout and into the building behind us.
It's kind of weird. This stadium sits behind everything, behind the football field, behind the softball field. It's kind of hidden.
Yeah, I didn't know where it was. I've seen it before, but I parked over on the other side, and then I thought, where am I going? Anyway, there's a big breaking ball and a check swing. Fouls that one back over into the building as well. Oh, and then that ball came off that building and hit somebody over there in the back. That's a bad day when you're sitting there with your umbrella and you get a baseball in the back.
As long as you don't get struck by lightning, we're okay.
That's about like getting struck by lightning.
Yeah, you could say that.
All right, so Colburn back in there. There's a
Good eye.
ball high and outside for ball 3. So we've got 3-2-1 on the board out there.
Sorry about that little breeze picked up, and it's coming from our back, so you heard it up at that mic. So
Get a little wind noise for you. That's not Rosendo breathing heavy over there.
I have not gone anywhere. I'm just chewing gum. I'm about to throw it away as well.
Here comes the next pitch, and that ball's inside for ball 4. So Colburn stretches him out, and he's going to head over to first base. And now we're back to the top of the lineup with 1 out.
So keep in mind, our brother does a beautiful job laying the bunt down, and we have wheels on first base. I don't want to say it too loud because they can listen to us. So if you know what I mean, you know what I mean, ladies and gentlemen.
Colburn steps off, got a kind of an average size lead. Thought about going. That ball's driven right at the shortstop. They're going to try to turn 2. They throw it away into the dugout. Morales
Why is
turns
he running
to
so
second.
slow?
I don't know. He kind of slowed up. He was looking back the whole way, but Loving does a good job getting that ball back in. So Colburn gets thrown out at second on the fielder's choice. And then Morales heads over.
Sorry about that. I had a Jones moment.
So Caballero comes up to the plate, runner in scoring position, standing at second as Morales, who typically has some wheels. They're not going to hold him on. And here comes the pitch. It's outside for ball number 1.
That young man, he conceded that double play. When he took off nonchalant running to first base, I would have been timeout, take him out, put somebody else in. But that's me. I apologize. I'm a little passionate about the game.
Morales with the lead over at second. This time they send the second baseman over to try to hold him. Here comes the pitch to Caballero. He drives that one foul right back over the top of us. Yep. The crowd getting on to Morales, telling him, you got to be going. That ball was fouled off, and he was still standing on second, hadn't even taken any steps toward third.
And that, I'm telling you, young man is fast.
Yeah. Yeah, on that swing at the
He's probably the second fastest team.
You got to be moving.
Yeah, probably the second fastest player on the team, because Tucker's the first one.
Yeah.
I'm going to go on the limb and say my son's the third one. Be generous.
I keep watching you dust that booty off.
Man, it's embarrassing to get out with that white butt.
You got that white booty from these white bleachers that with the faded paint, and he keep dusting it off. Then you sit back down and wipe up some more of that white stuff. There's a big swing and a miss for Caballero.
I have a little OCD on that. You should see me wash my hands.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here to Jonathan. He steps in there. He's ready to go. He was hit by a pitch his first at bat, and he seems to have a magnet for those things.
He does.
So he steps in there. He's ready. That ball's driven right down the third base line. It's going to be foul. That would have been, man,
Ooh.
2 feet to the right. We'd have scored some run, or
Yes,
scored
sir.
a run.
A run. If you'd have ran. No, I'm joking.
So Alfredo Morales stands at second. Jonathan Caballero, the right-handed batter, steps back in there. He's ready. Nick Collins, the pitcher for Loving, on the hill. Caballero's wiggling his bat. He's ready to go. Here comes the pitch. That ball's outside and low for ball number 2. So we got lots of 2s on the board. 2-2-2. Rock, paper, boogie,
chain,
whatever it is.
Hit and run. Base hit.
That's right. Caballero set up really, really deep and inside on that plate. Wiggles his bat around. He's ready. Here comes the pitch from Collins. He drives that one over into left field.
He's dropping.
It's going to be close. It is. It drives. And
there
here comes
there
Morales
are the wheels right
headed
there.
around, and he slides in safely, and Eunice puts the first run on the board on an RBI from Jonathan Caballero.
And those are the wheels I am talking about. That young man exploded leaving off second base and got home easily.
Yes, sir. So that puts Eunice on the board first here versus the number 2 team in the state, the Loving Falcons. Eunice now up 1-0.
Okay, let's not steal that first here, bud.
Jonathan Caballero with a big lead already again. He's thinking about it.
Is he going?
Chance Tucker at the plate drives that ball into left field, or I'm sorry, to right field. It's way back, but it's going to be caught back there near the warning track. And that'll be a fly out for Chance Tucker, but not before the Cardinals put a run on the board. It's 1-0 Eunice here as we move into the bottom of the third.
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006. Their team is known for their hard work and dedication, big enough to meet your needs for transport, pump trucks, vacuum trucks, and disposal services. Parker Energy and their staff are huge supporters of all Lee County sports and academics. They encourage their young adults to go the extra mile, whether it's sports, grades, or just being a better you. Parker Energy Support Services, 2350 Avenue O, a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are in Loving, New Mexico, as the Eunice Cardinals are facing the Loving Falcons, which Eunice is up by 1 at the top of the third. I am ahead of 1 inning. I apologize that.
Yeah, we're in the bottom of the third now as Loving sends Caleb Rodriguez to the plate, the right-handed batter. Chance Tucker still on the hill. He's got 4 Ks so far in this game. And here comes the first pitch, and it is high and outside for ball 1.
And this is a doubleheader.
Yes, it is. So we'll have 2 games. We'll have this one. They'll take about a 20-minute break, and then we'll play game number 2. This is the district opener for both these teams, and that pitch is low and in the turf and skips off the fence here.
For ball number 2. So are both games district games?
Yes, I believe so, yeah. I don't know. Sometimes they do some strange stuff in baseball, but
It'd be kind of weird to play a doubleheader for district games, right?
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's how they do it or not. I'm not sure. Is the first one the district game and the second one not?
We'll ask in a minute.
Yeah.
Just to be safe. Somebody out there is listening who knows better than us, which is not that many people out there like that, but our ratings just dropped. Huh?
There's a whole bunch of people out there that know a lot more than me about this. And there's some things that I'll sit up here and have that argument with, but this is definitely not one of them.
I hear you.
So the catcher going to take a break. He's going to head out to visit with Tucker.
And the purpose he's having that break is a minute ago when that ball was fouled back, hit the umpire on his neck protector. He got damaged, so he's fixing it as we speak. It's a good thing they give him a break, but it messes our rotation up, our momentum, because our pitcher likes to get on the mound and throw the ball. Get on the mound, throw the ball. So
he's back on the mound. Young man at the plate has got a bright pink bat. I mean, it's a hot pink one. It's distracting, and he hits that ball foul over the first base dugout. All
that guy
people
duck
back
over?
there, yeah. I'm telling you, a while ago, that one hit the edge of that wall, skipped right off it, and hit one of them men sitting over there holding that black and gray umbrella, hit him right in the back. I was like, oh, man, that looked like it hurt. Here comes the next pitch. Big breaking ball, swing and a miss, and down goes Caleb Rodriguez.
Down goes Fraser.
That is 5 Ks already for Chance Tucker.
Doing a beautiful job and after controlling the pace of the game and throwing strikes as needed. So
that sends us back to the top of the lineup. Number 27, Trey Tarvin. He steps back in there. He's ready. He fouls that one back.
Call him Double T, huh?
Yep. I don't even I usually keep up with exactly what everybody did their first at bat. For some reason, I think we were scrambling trying to get rosters. I don't have what he did his first at bat. And there's a nice breaking ball for strike 2.
Wow.
0-2 here to Trey Tarvin.
I believe he walked or got hit. I don't know.
There's a check swing for strike 3, and that is 6 Ks already for Tucker.
We'll have to send his mom and his grandparents away because he did a beautiful job just now striking out the last 2 batters, and they weren't here.
Oh, yeah?
I'm real superstitious like that. So
Is the Tucker group not here today?
They're right here. They just came back from the restroom.
Oh, I see what you're saying. They went to take a quick break,
Yeah.
and he's striking out batters while they're
Gone.
out of the bleachers. All right. So that'll bring up on Suarez. He had the big double in the first inning, and he swings at a big breaking ball for strike number 1. He's the second baseman. He's played well so far here today. He had a diving save out there in the gap a while ago, and now he hit that deep double. Ooh! And there's strike number 2 on the outside corner. He didn't like the call. He's pumping his fist and giving the ump a little eyeball. So it's 0-2, 2 outs here. Tucker on the hill. Maybe that break was good for him. And here comes a big pitch, and it swung on and fouled over the right field dugout there, first base dugout.
Field, huh?
Yep.
So you came in the long way, huh?
I did.
I came out to the back.
I was kind of strolling, looking for you, and you weren't coming, and I came this way, and
So
you were
dark-skinned
already in the
people,
bleachers.
like, where's he at?
I was like, he done turned white. He's been sitting in the bleachers, rubbed all that white off on him.
I'm going to do that in my next interview, come up here and roll with them. I still understand how there's sunburn if they're in the shade.
Yeah. I would guess just from looking at it, they probably, well, I don't know. I was going to say probably built this shade over or later, but I don't know. There's a drive over towards first baseman. Pitcher knocks it down, flips it over to first for the out. So what a play by Tucker. And that'll get the Cardinals out of this one and send them back to bat.
That was actually a great play by Tucker because he bobbled it, stopped, took his time, and made a great throw towards first base. So
quick shout out to some sponsors here. We'll keep it here again. Redbird Gas, City of Eunice, Outlaw Grill, Eunice Public Schools, Cardinal Hardware and Lumber, BTH Services and Rental, NMR Pipeline, Devon Energy, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, Parker Energy Services, Eunice Pump and Supply, and the Eunice Health Clinic. We appreciate you making these broadcasts possible. A little follow-up on the track meet yesterday. Man, our boys with the big win. Our relays, I think, won all but one of the relays. I think it was a 4x2. Dexter got them right at the end. But, man, them young men did a great job. You know, I would name some names, but I know I'd miss somebody, and then I'd have somebody next week tapping me on the shoulder saying, "Hey, what about my kid?" And so I know I'll forget, and so I'll just say that they did an amazing job. What I might do here in a minute, if I get a little time in between.
I want to say something real quick. Mrs. Jones, Chloe Jones, was pulling a double duty last night because she was taking care of running on the field, competing in the field, and also doing her National Honor Society stuff.
Yeah, we had her running back and forth. We appreciate those folks that helped out with that. That backpack program is a program that helps kids in need and whatnot. They send snacks and food and things home with kids that need it over the weekends and whatnot. Yes. And she helped with that. Miss Coy, we appreciate her. Appreciate Miss Linder. And, of course, the beautiful Erica Jones helped her kind of do some of it, and so we appreciate all of that. So that brings Calvillo up to the plate. He flew out his first at bat. Still on the hill is Nick Collins for Loving. It's an 0-1 count here already, and there's a drive into right center field. That's going to get in the gap, I think. The right fielder did a real good job of cutting that ball off to keep it getting from the fence, and that kept Calvillo at only one base, so he'll get a single on that one.
And remember, Bubba came up the bat here. Last time up the bat, he hit a deep, deep center.
Yes.
So let's hope he can get a hold one, keep his hands back, drive it over to the left field, and we'll be in great shape.
So Bubba Cerna, the catcher for the Cardinals, steps up to the plate. Calvillo on first. Calvillo's a big man, but he's not slow usually. And they tried to do the little pitch out again. I don't know if they thought he was going or if that was just a funny-looking pitch.
And Calvillo has lost some weight since basketball.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree.
Remember, he's kamikaze Calvillo, remember?
I saw him at the track meet yesterday and thought the same thing. He has slimmed down a little bit. There's a foul driven right back over toward the cameraman sitting there.
I best I keep track. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Sorry, people.
Cameraman looked like that Kobe Bryant play where Kobe steps out of bounds and him and somebody are pushing and shoving and they fake the ball at him and he just stands there with his eyes open and never even flinches. That's kind of the way that cameraman looked with that foul ball headed right at him.
Dedication.
Yeah. That ball's low and inside for ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strikes here to one strike here to Bubba Cerna.
Got the Hispanic coming out of you.
It's 1 strike. Sounded
Sorry,
like my brother.
I was totally rude of me to say that.
Sounded like my brother-in-law Gabe, there for just a second. Love us some Gabe.
I seen him last night at the track meet.
Yeah, he, you won't find a bigger Eunice Cardinal fan than that guy. He's up there watching everything and excited about it.
He's real quiet. He's excited, but he's quiet. Not like us. We get loud and not obnoxious, but loud and enthused about it.
Probably obnoxious, especially with me.
I agree with you. I concur 100%, sir.
2 balls, 2 strikes here to Cerna. That ball's high and outside for ball 3. So now we got a full count, no outs. Calvillo standing at first.
And Calvillo gets a bigger and bigger lead. So,
standing in the on-deck circle is Aiden Pender. So Cerna back in there ready to go. Collins on the hill. His pitch is outside for ball number 4, and that'll send Cerna to first, and now we'll have runners at first and second, no outs, and Aiden Pender going to step in. We're going to have a courtesy runner in the form of Tyson Coy. So Tyson Coy steps onto the field. Just mentioned Miss Coy a while ago. She helps lead that backpack program. And we appreciate them and all they do. Of course, you've got on the other side of the Coy group there, you've got Matt Coy, who's also one of our school board members, serves alongside you there on the school board, and they're one of our big sponsors. So we appreciate the Coy family and all they do, and they've got their son standing on first. Loving going to take a little break here. They've called in the whole infield onto the hill. They're going to discuss things. Coach definitely not wanting to let this one get out of hand early.
Everything open up. So, for example, for the Eunice players, there's no outs. We have a pinch runner on first, and they both have decent speed. You got Pender up the bat. So, Loving coach partner with you know what? Get prepared for the bunt. Third baseman, you stay here. Catcher, pitcher, field the ball, throw the first.
Yep.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, so Aiden Pender steps in there. He flew out of his last at bat.
If you can push the bunt, If that's what they called for, towards first, we'll be in great shape. But everybody has to be moving right here.
Yep, so he steps in there. He's ready. He's going to square around, pulls the bunt back, and they call that the strike on the outside corner.
Yep. And you see third baseman's going to crash in. That means shortstop's going to come in to cover third. So let's just get a base hit over here over second base. Big old gap over there.
Get that little fake bunt and then just drop that little grounder there toward the second baseman. So that ball's high and inside for ball one. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Aiden Pender. Anthony, one of the coaches here for this baseball group. So shout out to Big AP.
Yes, sir.
And no outs. And grandparents sitting back over to our left, over our shoulder here.
Kind of gave him away the way if they come through, huh?
Yep. So he squared away again. They're going to bunt it. And then he pulled back again, and that is the second time he's done that, and they've called that strike on the outside corner.
So that being said, he can't bunt no more.
So Pender now with 1 ball, 2 strikes here, no outs, runners at first and second. Calvillo and Coy on the bases. There's a swing and a foul ball right back toward us. Going to be chased down foul there is Billy, who comes running in to scoop it up.
So hopefully you can put that hit the ball somewhere in the gap so we can score at least 1 run. Or just put it in play.
Yep, I'm for that. Let's just get her in play. Here comes the next pitch, and it's
corner.
outside corner. And that was the 3rd ball on that outside corner called the strike. So that'll send Pender back over to the dugout with his first strikeout. That's only the 2nd strikeout of the game for Nick Collins, the pitcher for Loving.
So Eunice is still in the same situation. Billy Blevins can lay a good bunt down, but we have to keep everybody moving.
So here comes Blevins. He steps in there, looks over toward the coach. He gets the sign, and he's ready. Here comes the pitch, and he drives that one high up above the catcher. Catcher trying to get there, and he missed it. Almost got hit in the forehead with it. It's straight up in the air, and we're almost at high noon here in the West. And so anybody who's ever been in the West at high noon knows when you look up high for a foul, you got a big, bright sun looking at you. And he looked like he lost that ball for just a minute and almost got hit on top of the noggin with it.
Could you imagine that?
Yeah.
Man down.
He'd have been worse off than that guy sitting over there with the gray and black umbrella that took one in the back. So Blevins steps back in there. 0-1 is the count. 1 out. Runners at first and second. Blevins squares around, lays down a bunt, and he's going to not make it to first, but he advances the runners and does exactly what they asked him to. So now we've got runners at second and third as Blevins does exactly what they asked him to do.
Puts runners in scoring position for Jeter. Now Jeter has to do his job.
So Braylon Jeter steps in there. He flew out his last at bat. He steps in there, looks over toward Coach Reynolds for the sign. Nick Collins still on the hill for this Loving Falcon team. He's ready to go. Runners at second and third. Base hit, scores some runs for sure. 1. That ball is high and outside for ball number 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. The Loving faithful didn't like the call.
There you go. We're sitting real close to him, huh?
Yeah. I
agree with the umpire.
I'm usually pretty good at calling it like I see it. I thought it was high. Anyway, there's a ball that's right down the outside corner, and they swing and foul that one off. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Brady Colburn runs over to chase that foul ball down as he is in the on-deck circle for this Eunice Cardinal defending state championship team, I might add.
Sir.
The Cardinals have won more state championships in baseball than Hobbs has won in basketball. Think about that a minute. And
that's a gap. 2 should score here.
They're going to score 1 for sure. Here comes the other. They're going to throw it toward home, and he's safely there. Jeter hesitated, but now he's in there safely to second. So Jeter clears the bases with a hit over into right field.
Beautiful job going opposite field on that outside pitch and getting through the outfield and advancing all the way second as the ball came home because the play wasn't even close going home on Coy.
So that makes it 3-0. The defending state champions take the lead big here, the Eunice Cardinals.
It brings up Braden Colburn up to bat. Alfredo Morales on deck and Jonathan Caballero in the hole.
So Eunice back in charge here, 3-0.
Once again, beautiful job by Jeter hitting there. Going apple, they say.
So here comes Colburn.
Back. Oh, sorry about that.
Coburn walked his last at bat.
Forget I have the mic on, man.
Resendo screaming at the base runners on what they need to do with the mic stuck to his mouth. Sounds like me in a basketball
It does.
game.
Crazy.
Right.
We need Charlie. He's the only normal person we have. You know that?
So Coburn back in there. Coburn or Charlie, if Charlie was here, he'd be zooming in on somebody over there eating their popcorn. So I don't know if he's any more normal than the rest of us. He'd be like, look at that buttered flavored popcorn that guy over there's eating on the
He'd be
side.
looking for pickles everywhere. Pickle. We're missing you, Charlie.
Yes, we are. Wish you the best. Hope you get well soon. So Coburn steps back in there. 0-1 is the count. Now it's 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here. We're in the top of the 4th. Eunice has picked up 2 runs here. They picked up 1 in the top of the 3rd. It's 3-0. The number 2 team in the state, the Loving Falcons here. Eunice ranked number 4 this year.
Number 4, huh?
You know, Eunice's losses this year have come 2 at the hands of a private schools over there. They lost a close game to Nimmy. They also beat Nimmy in a game, so they're 1-1 with Nimmy, and then they lost a close game to Lovington.
Yes.
And so all of their losses have come to either bigger schools or Texas schools. And there's a drive down the third base line. What a play by the third baseman. That was a great play by that third baseman of Loving. He backhanded that ball down the line and then fired a rocket across the horn, and he got Coburn. That was a great play by Loving right there defensively.
Yes, beautiful job. They make it out number 3, so we're going to go do some commercials, correct, Mr. Jones?
Sounds good.
All right, let's do that.
The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Eunice schools are excited to have students and staff back on campus and involved in another successful school term. It's been an eventful year, and the Eunice schools are ready for whatever comes their way. Eunice Public Schools provide high-quality educational experiences in a safe environment. The entire Eunice community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities, and a fantastic school system.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal baseball. I'm Jimmy Jones alongside Resendo Caballero, and they had an issue with the scoreboard, so they cleared it, and now they're putting all the info back up there. But Eunice leads here 3-0.
Imagine that, huh? The technical difficulties with the scoreboard.
That's right. And so I believe this is Aiden Aleva,
yes,
number 11. He was hit by a pitch his first at bat. Young man is catching for the Loving Falcons. So he steps back in there. He's ready. Chance Tucker on the hill. There's a huge breaking ball that goes outside for ball number 1.
Ball number 1, 1-1, huh?
Yep.
I was trying to adjust the camera since people got in front of us. Get a better
I
view.
got you. Yep. Yeah, so here comes the next pitch from Tucker. That ball's on that outside corner for strike. You know, this umpire has called that outside corner both sides. I mean, we had like 3 different batters that stood up there and watched pitches down that outside corner in the last inning for the Cardinals, and Loving has done the same thing. Oh, and that ball hits him.
Hits him right in the ribs twice.
And that is the second time he has been hit.
And it's not intentionally, having the lead like that on the strike, so we're okay.
Quick shout out to some of our tracksters yesterday. Austin McCuller with a second place in the 100-meter dash, and then we have Ashton Thompson with 4th. I'm going to try to announce some of these as I see. Elijah Melanson with a 5th in the 200. I'll try to get some of these in between innings and in between batters. So Emerson Rodriguez steps to the plate. He takes ball 1.
And they have a pinch runner for the catcher over there on first base. I did not catch his number, Coach.
So Rodriguez struck out his first at bat. He steps in there, the right-handed batter. Tucker on the hill for the Cardinals. He's Got that fluorescent hot pink bat. Here comes the pitch, and it is on that outside corner again. That ump has called that outside corner all day.
He's been consistent, so that's all you ask for.
That's, you know, I don't always like those outside corner calls, and if I'm sure if that was a Cardinal batter, I'd be saying I didn't like the pitch. At the same time, he's been consistent. He's called it out there the whole game. And there goes the runner. They throw it towards second. That ball's going to get all the way into center field.
He could have got to third, but the young man stayed on second.
The coach was waving him, telling him to go. So the base runner going to make it safely to second. Trying to look at some of these other Eunice results. Van Brecken and Luis Gomez finished first and second in the 110-meter hurdles. Luis Gomez finished third in the 300 hurdles. Get some more here in just a second. Rodriguez back in the batter's box. Here's the pitch. He dribbles that one right down the third base line. It's going to be foul. The 4x100 relay team for the Eunice Cardinals won yesterday. That was Ashton Thompson, Maddox Mata, Elgin Woods, and Austin McCuller. They picked up first place. The 4x2 relay, Eunice was second. That was Elijah Melanson, Maddox Mata, Elgin Woods, and Austin McCuller. The 4x4, Eunice finished first. I'll get to it again here in a second. That pitch is going to be off the foot of the catcher, and that'll advance the runner again. So now Loving with a runner standing on third and a full count. That 4x4 was Maddox Mata, Luis Gomez, Elijah Melanson, and Van Brecken. And let's see here. Ashton Thompson with a second in the long jump, and then Eunice finished 4, 5, and 6 with Mata McCuller and Kevin Garcia, and that ball is outside for ball 4, and now Loving has runners at the corner. In the shot put, Xander Garrett got second, Ryan Teague with a fifth. Jump down here a little ways, Ryan Teague and Xander Garrett with third and fourth in the discus. So that'll bring Diego Leja to the plate. Runners at first and second. That ball that's in that area that he's been calling him. He didn't call that one.
No, I was missed it by a little bit. Jerry Hawkins with the fourth in the triple jump. Elijah Melanson won the high jump yesterday. Luis Gomez and Jorge Gomez fourth and fifth. Van Brecken with third. Wow.
There's an outside pitch. They're going to throw it down. They do. And they're going to score a run. We threw it to second. Didn't get either runner, and they score easily. So Loving puts their first run on the board.
It was a nonchalant throw to second. Like, come on, man. You got to get a little bit more effort towards that throw towards second. But anyways, go ahead, Coach.
For the pole vault, James Coulter finished fifth for the Cardinals. Jerry Hawkins with a sixth in the javelin. That pitch gets by, and it's headed to the backstop, and Loving running the bases again. All right, jumping over to the girls' side of things. Looks like in the 200-meter, Jasmine Martinez with a sixth-place finish. In the girls' 400-meter, no Eunice young ladies there in that list. Nothing there. Chloe Jones with the first in the 100-meter hurdles yesterday. Here comes the next pitch, and that was inside. In the 300 hurdles, Sarah Reeves finished first. The girls' 4x1 relay, Eunice finished third in that one. That was in this list that's on here is not quite right. So here comes the next pitch. It's fouled off, and it hits the ump right upside the noggin.
You've got to catch the ball as a catcher, man.
They've got Kenna McBee, Didi Zamora, Jasmine Martinez, and Mariah McGuire. I know Chloe ran for Mariah. She had rolled her ankle in the long jump. And I don't believe Didi ran it with them. I believe it was Alondra Maureen.
It was Alondra Maureen.
That list is not quite correct. So here comes the next pitch, and that ball's fouled off.
Once again, not caught.
The 4x2 relay was Chloe Jones, Jasmine Martinez, Alondra Maureen, and McKenna McBee. They finished third as well. In the long jump, Chloe Jones finished first in the long jump. The shot put, Caitlin Gallant with another first-place finish. That ball swung on and fouled off.
Did a 316 hit the floor, huh?
Yolanda Granados with a fourth-place finish in that as well. On the discus side, Caitlin Gallant with a first-place finish. Yolanda Granados finished fourth.
Swing and a miss for out number 1.
So that is a strikeout again. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strikeouts for Chance Tucker. And that'll bring Bobby Porras. He grounded out his last at bat. In the girls' pole vault, Chloe Jones with the first place finish in that as well. There's a drive over toward the pitcher. Pitcher tried to scoop it up, and that's going to be an RBI single for Porras.
Chance tried to jump up there and get that ball. Didn't quite get it cleanly. And the runner makes it to first base, and he gets an RBI.
In the javelin, Yolanda Granados with a first place finish in the javelin. And those are the results. As we mentioned, a shout out again to Chloe Jones as she had that High Point Award.
There's not that many girls, is there, in the girl track team?
That's our biggest problem, in my opinion, this year with the girls' side is we're just not very deep. You know, we've got girls winning over half the events.
We don't have enough competing.
But we just don't have many competing. That ball's fouled off for strike number 1. So we've got a runner at first. He represents the possible tying run. 1 out here. It's an 0-1 count. Number 14, Nick Collins, who is the pitcher for this Falcon team.
He can help himself here or hit into a double play. I would say hit into a double play. What do you think?
He could help us out by doing that,
yes.
That's for sure. So Tucker on the hill. He looks around, kicks and fires. Ball's outside. The runner
Come on,
hesitated.
catch the ball.
And then we deflect that ball. It goes out into second base, and the runner's there safe. And was that Caballero? Looks like he was.
Yeah, he's hurting.
Looks like something. Maybe the ball hit his hand funny
hurting.
or something, because he's hurt something out there.
Don't worry, Coach. We got it. We're looking from here. He hit his wrist. Bad. Hope it's his catching wrist. We'll go ahead and mute myself for a split.
Cerna heads over. Cerna heads back over, pitches out, and now Drew Reynolds, Coach Reynolds, going to come out to check on Caballero as he is really favoring that, look like his catching hand.
Something about baseball, you got to use them wrist for batting or throwing or catching, so it can affect you in so many ways. But it's going to go back out there.
After a visit with Reynolds,
oh, that's to throw the ball at least once to first base, see what it is.
J-Cab's going to head on back over to the field.
Slowly, but he's heading out there.
Yep.
Looks like it's his throwing hand, the way he's grimacing.
So Nick Collins back at the plate. It's a 0-2 count here as Tucker is on the hill. Looks back over toward second. His locks are flying in the wind. There's a swing and a hit ball over toward third. Jeter going to scoop it up. Fires over toward first. A great play by Braylon Jeter on the ground out there by Collins.
Yes. Beautiful job holding that runner at second, taking his time, making a good strong throw to first to get out number 2 after Eunice has had a long inning here. And it brings up number 6 to bat for the Loving Falcons.
Man, I show that Exodus Fierro should have been up. That wasn't Exodus that batted last, was it?
No, I don't think it was, Coach.
So my little roster here may be messed up.
Breaking pitch comes in.
You know, this is Gio Ruiz. I don't show. I wonder if they made a
substitution somewhere?
A change or something. He was on the roster in the first side, but they had a designated hitter, and I don't think he batted the first time around.
Yeah, because the runner on second is number 3.
That's Bobby Porras, and he did bat the first time around. So this is Gio Ruiz. He's number 6. Got him playing left field.
Yeah, you know he doesn't play because he's going back over there. Batted out of order.
Yeah, they are. But see,
an
I
out.
told you, I thought my roster didn't match up with who was at the plate.
Or they're telling me he's going to sub it in.
Okay, they're subbing. All right. Well, that
You're supposed to do that before it goes into bat. I think that should be an out. I could be wrong, but
Yeah, I don't know.
now they're telling him about it.
Yeah, I knew when he went to the plate that wasn't the order that they batted the first couple of innings.
Just shake my head.
So they must have made a substitution.
Yes, the substitution should be clarified and accepted before he goes into the batter's box.
Yep. So here he goes. He tried to bunt that and it looked like
It's a
he got
strike.
his fingers. So that's going to be strike 2.
That ball likes hands, doesn't it?
Man.
It's the same ball that hit Jonathan in the hand. Now this young man in the thumb. He must be fast because he's trying to square up and bunt.
Yep. So Ruiz back in there ready. Here comes the next pitch. It's swung on, fouled over toward the third base dugout.
Put you on mute real quick, myself.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the second guy on second base is giving the sign to the batter.
Yeah.
Watch him.
So here comes Gio back into the batter's box. Chance Tucker on the hill. 3-2. There's a swing and a miss for strike number 3. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strikeouts so far for Chance Tucker. And it's a 3-2 ball game. We'll send it over for a word from our sponsors. Thank you for listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
Outlaw Grill thanks you for supporting Outlaw Grill throughout the years. Outlaw Grill has all your favorites, from savory soups to burgers. Porterhouse steaks, fettuccine alfredo, crispy chicken scallopini are just some of the all-time favorites. Outlaw Grill invites you to come in or call your order in 575-392-2012. That's 575-392-2012. It's a fast turnaround time for a delicious gourmet meal from the crew at Outlaw Grill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Loving, New Mexico, as the Eunice Cardinals are facing the Loving Falcons in a district game here on the new turf that Loving has put down. The score is 2-3. Eunice leads here. Go ahead,
And
Mr.
we're going to
Jones.
start this inning at the top of the lineup. So Alfredo Morales, he's got a fly out and a ground out so far here in this ball game.
And he scored the first run? No, Jake had. Somebody scored the first one. I don't remember who. Somebody had to, right? Because the score is 3-2.
Mm-hmm. So Nick Collins on the hill still for this Falcon team. Morales steps in there. He's ready. That ball's on that outside corner. Like I said, he
Calls it every time.
Yeah, that ump has liked that outside edge the whole game. He's called it out there the whole time.
If I was a pitcher, I'd go to it every time.
Absolutely. It looks like you're
Yeah.
setting up out there again. There's a drive over towards short. Short running in, scoops it up. One-hand throw, throws it over into the dugout area. That's going to send Morales. This time he's running. He's into second safely. So Morales with a single. We'll call it a single, and then advanced on the error. And J-Cab,
Oh, we're not butting here.
he's going to head up to the plate. J-Cab got hit by a pitch, and then he hit an RBI single.
And then on the field, he got hit in the hand.
Yep.
My field reporter has not came back with information yet. We'll update you.
But probably because he's out there on the field. He was on the on-deck circle, and now he's batting, so your field reporter hadn't been able to get out there
She's
to him.
struggling on her job.
All right, so here's the pitch. J-Cab drives that one. It's going to be foul into the parking lot over down the left field line.
It's just a long strike there, young bud.
So J-Cab steps back in there. 0-1 is the count. Eunice leads here 3-2 as we are in the 5th inning.
You got the inside of the play here.
That ball's driven over toward third. It skipped right up toward him. They tried to get the
Go,
runner.
Morales.
Morales gets hit as they tried to throw back to him. They threw the ball and hit Morales. Morales ends up on third, and so J-Cab advances the runner, and he's standing on first.
Puts us in a pickle here, young man. Do you see J-Cab on the first pitch to second with the runner on third?
You know, I don't know.
It's a chess game, huh?
Yeah, I don't.
It's like setting a screen before you go and shoot the game-winning 3.
That's right.
With the guy who's going to set the screen has 4 fouls.
Yeah. So that'll bring Chance Tucker up, the pitcher for this Cardinal team. Tucker's got a single and a fly out.
He's in the windup. Go. He can go. He's in the windup.
Oh, and he's going to step off.
There you go. Once he's in the windup, he could have took off. He had to step off. But anyways, sorry, Coach.
That's all right. So J-Cab with the big lead over at first. Here comes the pitch. There goes J-Cab, and they're not going to throw. So that'll advance runners into scoring position. We've got runners at second and third. Tucker took that pitch.
On the outside corner.
Yeah. Yeah. So 0-1 is the count. No outs here. Chance Tucker, the right-handed batter, steps in there. He's ready. This Nick Collins has done a good job pitching for the Falcons. And there's a drive toward deep center field. It may be, it could be. It skips off the fence. It's going to score 2 runs. Tucker's on his horse. He's galloping toward third.
And
he's going to slide into third on a triple, scoring 2 runs for the Eunice Cardinals.
Beautiful job on that young man. Hit the ball deep. I think it was one bounce and hit the top of the fence back to hit the yellow. And just like that, the Loving coach is going to have to talk to his pitcher as the Eunice Cardinals are coming up. The bats are alive and well right now.
Yeah, so while they're discussing the game plan with the pitcher, we'll shout out to some sponsors. Eunice Wrecker and Rental, Parker Energy Services, Eunice Pump and Supply, Eunice Health Clinic, Devon Energy, NMR Pipeline, BTH Services and Rental, Cardinal Hardware and Lumber, Eunice Public Schools, Outlaw Grill, the City of Eunice, Redbird Gas. We appreciate you. We appreciate all that you do. And it looks like we're going to have a pitching change.
Yes, sir, you're correct. I was going to ask you, did Eunice have any high score points for the boys on the track team?
No, I want to say that a young man from, I was thinking it was either Dexter or Hagerman won the high point on the boys' side.
Because there was a lot of teams out there. You had Carlsbad, Artesia, Loving, Dexter, Hagerman, and Eunice, and Zhao.
Tatum.
And Hobbs was there too.
Hobbs, yeah. Yeah, there was a bunch of teams there. It's good track meet.
It was a beautiful day for it as well.
I think you may have said that already.
Sure.
Anyway, they're going to bring Bobby Porras to the mound here. So Nick Collins steps off the hill. Porras going to step on. This young man's done a good job in the field. And so he's out here warming up. This Eunice baseball team returns to action when, you know?
I know they play Saturday in Zhao. Let me look at the schedule real quick.
That may be an interesting one for us because I believe you said you might have to work.
I'm going to ask for the day off because Chloe kicks off her baseball season as well.
Gotcha. So and we will be in College Station at Texas A&M as Chloe has a 2-day, our Chloe has a 2-day appointment over there with a private pole vault coach that coaches a bunch of Texas A&M, Baylor, Houston kids, does a lot of individual work with pole vaulters. And so we're taking Chloe over there to work with them before we get into district and state track meet time.
Which is a great idea.
Yeah, you know, I thought, what the heck, let's give it a shot.
Why not? Yeah, we only play Saturday of next week, April 22nd.
So Jose Calvillo steps to the plate. He's big swing and a miss, and that's going to get the ball's going to pass, and Tucker going to trot in. So Chance Tucker going to score on the passed ball.
I thought it was a foul ball, but I might not say it too loud.
He swung and missed, and it went right off the top of the catcher's mitt and all the way back to the fence. The track team will be back in action, I believe, Thursday over here in Loving. And that ball's going to skip off the catcher's mitt and come back as well. There's no runners on base this time, though.
Making it count 1-1. And no outs here at the bottom of the fourth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, on the
bottom of the fifth.
Yeah.
Yep, bottom of the fifth. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs here. 6-2 is now the score. Here comes the pitch. It's swung on and driven foul over above the third base dugout.
As long as you don't hit my field reporter, we're okay.
Yeah, you'll have 2 of them with injured wrist here in a minute. So Calvillo steps back in there. He's a lefty. Big, strong young man. One of our linemen on our football team and definitely the enforcer on the basketball team.
Definitely. Yeah.
He's lost some weight like we've talked about. That's a grown man right there. I saw him at the track meet yesterday.
Did you see him pick up the hurdles?
He come walking by, yeah. Yeah, he's a large young man.
Everybody's picking up 2. He came out like with 6 of them.
Yeah.
Like nothing. Like, boy, you'll hurt your back.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw him grabbing hurdles, and at one point, like you said, he had about 6 of them, and he just carrying them out there and setting them down like nothing.
And keep in mind, it's an awkward way you got to carry those.
I grabbed 3, and next thing you know, I can't walk for a week and can't hardly get out of bed.
Have to call him to work, huh?
Full count here. Here's the pitch. It's driven high and foul, but I think it's going to stay close to where they don't get to it. Look like all 3 of them were looking at each other like, you going to get it, I'll get it, you get it. No, somebody get it.
Let's none of us get it.
And that worked out good for the Cardinals. So 3 balls, 2 strikes here.
Full count.
How are you, sir? Good, good. So we got a full count here. I'm in the meet and greet, shaking babies and
it's kissing babies, shaking hands.
Yeah, there you go. I got twisted there for a minute. Wasn't sure whether I was kissing hands and shaking babies or what I was doing. But 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. It's driven high into left center field. Loving's underneath it, and they're going to make the catch there. That's the left fielder. And earlier in the ball game, they've moved some people around. I believe that's Gio Ruiz who makes the catch out there in left field. Calvillo with the flyout.
Did a beautiful job tracking the ball down as it was fading towards his left, coming off a left-handed batter there. This brings up Bubba Cerna up to bat. Aiden Pender on deck, and I don't know who's in the hole.
Here comes the next pitch. It's low and outside, I believe, for ball 1.
Correct.
My wife just sent me a message saying she landed safely in Washington, D.C. She's there with David Gallegos and Billy Hobbs on some sort of city business that came up at last minute last night. They were booking flights in the middle of the night and jumped on a plane, and they're now in Washington.
Well, it had to be something important all last minute.
Yeah, David Gallegos, Senator Gallegos was working with our city, and next thing you know, they were booking flights in the middle of the night, and off they went. So they're sitting in Washington, D.C. right now. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Here comes the pitch. That's driven up toward the gap, and they can't get to it, so Bubba Cerna going to reach on the single. What a shot by Cerna.
Good job. He's been hitting the ball well tonight, or today. But both times he's gone out, that time he finally got through, got a base hit there. Aiden Pender, he's the one that's due today as well.
Yeah, so Aiden Pender will come in. Also going to have a pinch runner. Is that Coy again?
Yes, sir, that is Coy.
So Coy heads over to first. Bubba Cerna will go in and start adjusting his catching equipment.
Let's hope not. Let's hopefully we see him back one more time. Huh?
And here comes Pender to the plate. So Pender steps up there with Coy on first. Coy with the big lead. Bobby Porras on the hill for this Falcon team. He rears back and fires one in there for strike number 1.
It's amazing how great service we have here.
Oh, man. Eunice kind of sets down in the bowl, and we just struggle with ever since they went to this AT&T thingy, we struggle in Eunice. Everywhere else, at least most of the normal towns that we play in, we have decent service.
Most of the normal towns?
Well, the regular towns, I guess.
The more common towns, right?
Lovington, Hobbs, even like Dexter, Hagerman, usually pretty good. Eunice, we struggle with service unless we're on the hard line.
And nothing against Eunice. It's a great town.
Yeah, just AT&T service just not very good there.
It's mostly just Verizon there, I think.
Yeah, I had to switch my service recently, and I had been with either AT&T or one of their affiliates. I had been with them for 20-some-odd years, and I recently had to switch because I just – and it's bad because now when I go to these other towns, I was spoiled because – their service was great when you got to Dallas or Albuquerque or whatever. They had all kinds of little perks. But anyway.
Guess we got to get a Verizon box as well.
There you go. So here we go. Here's the pitch. The runner's going to go. And they don't throw, and that is strike number 3.
I believe that was a sacrifice swing, Coach.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Coach went out there, you know what? We need you to protect the runners going to advance here. And sometimes that's hard to swallow as a player.
Yep.
So thank you very much, Aiden Pinder.
So Aiden Pinder heads over. Billy Blevins now steps up. Runner is at second with a big lead. Here comes the pitch. It's driven high and foul over the first base dugout.
Just missed that, too.
Yep. So Blevins steps back in. He's ready. Standing in the on-deck circle is Braylon Jeter.
Let's go, Blevins. Put that ball out there, bud.
Blevins in there ready. Here comes the pitch. That's outside, down in that corner and low.
We didn't call that a strike, huh? I was
Yeah,
afraid.
yeah, that's why I was waiting. So 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs here. Runner standing on second is Coy. Billy Blevins at the plate. He takes a look. Here comes the pitch.
Oh.
Swung on and missed for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
No pressure, huh?
Eunice leads here 6-2. Yep.
No pressure.
Still got a lot of them little white butterflies out there trying to pollinate the turf. It's kind of crazy all them little white butterflies.
Oh, he
And
likes
they call
that
that one on
pitch.
that outside corner, strike 3. So Blevins with the strikeout, and that'll send Eunice back to the field. And Loving will head in to get their bats ready. Eunice leads 6-2 as we move into the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
Outlaw Grill thanks you for supporting Outlaw Grill throughout the years. Outlaw Grill has all your favorites, from savory soups to burgers. Porterhouse steaks, fettuccine alfredo, crispy chicken scallopini are just some of the all-time favorites. Outlaw Grill invites you to come in or call your order in 575-392-2012. That's 575-392-2012. It's a fast turnaround time for a delicious gourmet meal from the crew at Outlaw Grill.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here live on a beautiful morning in Loving, New Mexico, as the number 4 ranked Eunice Cardinals have traveled over to face District 4 2A foe Loving, who's the number 2 ranked team in the state of New Mexico right now. So number 10 will be headed up to the plate. Number 10 is Caleb Rodriguez. And there's the pitch. It swung on, hit foul. Rodriguez struck out his last time at bat, and he is up this time.
He jumped on that first pitch right away
Yes,
and fouled
he
it
did.
off, huh?
That's a good-looking swing by Rodriguez
Yes.
there as he drove that ball foul over the first base dugout. And there's a swung-on ball hit high up over second base. Second baseman trying to get to it, and he tracks it down.
Boy, he scared me the way he's backpedaling to the right, to the left, to the right. But he
Yeah.
hadn't caught it. Nonchalant, huh?
Yeah.
You know, Grandpa was going to have a heart attack up there. Look
That's
at him.
right. Yeah, so Pinder stumbled around. He was rumbling, stumbling, finally able to grab a hold of it. And so Pinder grabs the out there. And that'll send number 27, Trey Tarvine, up to the plate. He is the leadoff batter. And that fouls that ball back. I missed his first at bat as far as recording it on my paper here. His second at bat, he had a strikeout. He's playing center field for this Falcon team.
How many seniors do they have? You don't know?
I don't. I usually, like a day or two before, I do a bunch of research and get all my little notes together. I didn't do that. We had 4 track meets this week.
And you probably helped out there, huh?
Well, just with my kid mainly.
I mean,
but,
like you didn't put like in the measure or anything for the long jumper?
You know, my stance on that this year has just been if they need my help, they'll ask. And if they don't, I'm just going to walk around and be a dad and a coach to my kids. So
That's
I'm gonna be
perfect.
I'm gonna play some daddy ball. I'm gonna be over there telling my kid what they should and shouldn't do, and so.
Not you, no way.
So there's a pitch that's outside. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Up here to Rodriguez. I'm sorry, to Tyler Veen. Not
Tyler Veen.
So here goes the next pitch. Swung on and fouled off.
Kind of remains the same ball. He swung at that big breaking ball.
Yep.
Kind of staying alive swing there.
Like doot, 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 staying alive, staying alive. Yep. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 6-2 is the score. Eunice on top of the number 2 ranked team in the state of Texas, or state of New Mexico right now. And there's a swing on and miss. And that is a strikeout number 9 for Chance Tucker.
That's funny you say Texas because we've played a lot of Texas school this year.
Yes, we have.
Seems like every other weekend we're in Texas playing or in Eunice playing.
Yeah. Well, and that's why we're ranked as low as we are. And when I say low, I think we're 4 or 5 because of our record. Our record's just sitting at like 500. And they call that big breaking ball saying it got back to the corner, so strike 1.
Even though the batter jumped out of the batter's box, but it went right over the plate.
Yeah, that one looked like it was inside to me, but I'll take it for dang sure. And that ball swung on foul right back over the top of us, so that makes it 0-2. 0-2 is the count.
0 balls, 2 strikes.
Yep. So he steps in there ready to go. Once again, this is Tristan Ansuarez. He's got a double and a ground out. He hits that one
Aiden!
towards second. What a play by Aiden Pender. Aiden Pender snatches that one out of the air, and that'll send the Cardinals.
He threw that 12-inch glove up there and grabbed it, huh?
I'm telling you.
Boy, even Grandpa got up instead of applauding that, so
Yep.
It's a good note.
Yeah, so just like that, we're through 5 innings. Eunice leads 6-2 against the number 2 ranked team in the state of New Mexico here in District 4 2A play.
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006. Their team is known for their hard work and dedication, big enough to meet your needs for transport, pump trucks, vacuum trucks, and disposal services. Parker Energy and their staff are huge supporters of all Lee County sports and academics. They encourage their young adults to go the extra mile, whether it's sports, grades, or just being a better you. Parker Energy Support Services, 2350 Avenue O, a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of their Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids with their academics and athletics. They realize that balancing both is challenging and appreciate their determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they are cheering them on all the way. Bart and his crew say, "Go Eunice Cardinals!"
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Loving Falcon territory. Beautiful, newly renovated field here in Loving. They've done an amazing job with this field. It is nice.
It is a very beautiful field.
And it'll bring Braylon Jeter to the plate for the Cardinals. He steps in there, and man, he whacked that one right out there. Looked like he was playing whack-a-mole like I used to do in the 80s. And he drove that one into center field for the single. That young man's hit the ball well today. He had a 2 RBI single his last at bat.
Beautiful job. It jumped on the first pitch right up the center.
That'll bring Brady Colburn up to the plate. Younger brother of one of our track coaches, Kyla Colburn. Done a good job out there with our throwers the last couple of years, and so we appreciate her.
I think she's a state champ as well in track.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I can't remember. It's either the shot or the discus. Anyway, there's a bunt headed down the first base line. It's going to advance the runner. Colburn gets thrown out over at first, but he did what he was supposed to. He advanced the runner.
It was a bang-bang play too at first as well. They barely got him out by a step, so.
Yep.
So that moves the runner to second base. Brings the top of the lineup, Alfredo Morales and Jonathan Caballero on deck. Morales is going to be batting here.
So Morales has got a fly out, a ground out, and then he singled his last at bat. So he steps in there ready to go with the runner Jeter standing over at second. There's a grounder over towards second. Second baseman scoops it up, throws him out at first. The runner advances. Jeter standing on third, but a ground out by Morales.
Making it out number 2, brings up Jonathan up the bat. I think Chance Tucker's on deck.
So Jonathan Caballero comes to the plate. He got hit by a pitch. He had a hit single with an RBI, and then he had a single his last 2 at-bats. He swings and fouls that one off for strike number 1.
These Eunice players are jumping on the first pitch they see, so either they're making contact or putting it in play, so that's a good thing.
Chance Tucker runs over here to pick up that foul ball. Got that long, flowing blonde hair, a little floating around out the back of his helmet. And there's a big shot by Caballero down the third base line, but it's going to be a foul ball.
I believe that was that young man's breaking ball. As he came through the zone, Jonathan stayed back a little bit, but pulled it too hard there towards the end, keeping it foul.
0-2 is the count. We're in a 6-2 ball game here, 2 outs. Here comes the next pitch. That ball's driven high over toward third, and it's going to be in foul territory, and it's out of play. So Caballero stays alive on the foul ball.
As he adjusts his gloves here, we had that coach went out there and got that foul ball over there for the Eunice Cardinals. I think that's Coach McBee. Still by his walk, right? It's Coach McBee, right?
Man, I don't have a clue. I don't even see him.
Over here on the fence line, you see him walking? He went way out there and got that ball. You know the Eunice dugout? He's coming up by the fence line.
Yeah, I don't. He looks like a snowman. What the heck's he wearing on his head? I don't even know who that was. That scared me. Thought it was the Abominable. Here comes the next pitch. It's a big breaking ball. Stays just a bit inside. Loving wanted a strike call there. They didn't get it. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Rock, paper, scissors, boogie, hoogie, or whatever they say.
Hit, home run, base hit.
Something like that. 2-2-2. Here goes Caballero. That ball's low and outside for ball 3. So we've got a full count now. Runner standing at third. Caballero up to the plate. Full count situation.
Score is 6-2. Eunice leads here in the top of the 6th. Or bottom of the 5th. Or top of the 6th, right?
Top of the 6th.
Get this correct one of these days.
Yeah. So he stands in there. He's ready. Pitcher is porous, kicks and fires. And
he got him on the breaking ball.
And he got him. That's 2 strikeouts for Porras. And so just like that, it's 6-2. We'll send it back for a word from our sponsors. Thank you for listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of their Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids with their academics and athletics. They realize that balancing both is challenging and appreciate their determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they are cheering them on all the way. Bart and his crew say, "Go Eunice Cardinals!" Congratulations, students and student athletes of Lee County. R360 congratulates all Jow, Eunice, Hobbs, Lovington, Tatum, and the surrounding high schools, and wishes the best of luck to our student athletes competing this week in state playoffs. Right now is more important than ever to recognize positive achievements in our communities. Join R360 in saluting our amazing Lee County students. This community message is brought to you by R360.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. You can watch and listen live at Eunice YouTube, the Eunice Sports YouTube page, or at HobbsAmerica.com. As Loving heads up to the plate.
Some good sound music back there in the background.
I'm telling you.
Find some bulls. This young man has been hit, what, 3 times?
Yeah, he's been hit twice. Aiden Leyva has been hit his first 2 at-bats. This will be his 3rd at-bat here, and he takes ball 1.
Ball. A little bit inside. Yeah, it's a ball. Chance gets ready, delivers a pitch here. Swing and a miss.
Foul ball for strike number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It came off the umpire's shoulder pad.
Mm-hmm.
Those poor guys get hit a lot, man.
Yeah. I don't believe I'm going to do it. That ball's inside for ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike. 6-2 is the score here.
In the championship game in Roswell, when Eunice was playing Roswell in MMI, the umpire got hit right in the arm. That was a crazy conversation. Ooh,
Wow,
beautiful
man,
breaker.
that's a big breaker. And that is.
He throws it out to left field. The catcher does it because he's not paying attention to the count.
So Cerna,
Oh, my God.
Cerna thought it was a strikeout. He's going to throw it around the horn. Instead, he throws it to left field. And the crowd is giving him heck. Both sides, Loving and Eunice faithful, are like, what the heck? And there's a big swing and a drive over foul over the first base
Even the
dugout.
third baseman's 6'2", and he's throwing over his head. You're like, what in the world is he doing?
Yeah,
I'm not laughing at the young man. I'm laughing at the situation.
laughing with him
Yes,
and
with
the
him.
crowd. All right, there's a big breaking
Now
ball.
throw it. There you
Swing
go.
on and a miss. That is 10 strikeouts for Chance Tucker.
On that beautiful breaking ball, man.
So that'll bring Emerson Rodriguez to the plate. This young man's got a strikeout and a walk in his first 2 at-bats here today. He steps into the plate, or steps into the box for his 3rd at-bat. Here comes the pitch. That one's low and outside for ball number 1.
We haven't done any softball games, have we?
You know, we haven't. I think the radio covered some the other day, maybe in Jow,
Yes, in Jal they did.
but we haven't. You know,
I think we only have 3 games in Eunice anyways.
TJ told me that, you know, to look at the schedule and let him know what I could cover, but
It's
it's
difficult.
like I said, I mean, shoot, we had 4 track meets this week. There's a drive high and foul out of play. It has just been difficult for me. I mean, shoot, I've struggled, you know, the Cardinal Classic, we were able to do all those games, and then I think I've done a couple more games, but I've
This
missed
is our first time together since the Cardinal
since
Classic.
the Cardinal Classic, yeah. There's a big swing and a miss. That's another strikeout. That's 11 strikeouts for the pitcher Chance Tucker for the Cardinals.
And it's one of those things that we have such a busy schedule with your kids playing, my kids playing
Yes.
different sports.
Yeah.
And we have a timeout there by the field umpire going towards the dugout. And he's telling something real adamantly towards Coach
Yeah,
Drew.
he's
I mean-
pumping his fist and saying something to Reynolds.
He's going to go straight to the mound and ask how come and why.
Yeah, so now Reynolds is headed out to visit with the pitcher. I'm assuming Tucker must have said something to the batter after that.
Yep, I believe so. And yeah, that young man, he gets real passionate of this game. So sometimes you got to keep that stuff in check. Keeps you out of trouble, keeps the gears moving, you can say, right? I know you I know you love the passion.
Yeah. So Tucker on the hill. Here comes the first pitch, and that one's a strike to Diego Leja. He has struck out both his first 2 at-bats here in this ball game. Here comes the next pitch, big breaking ball, and it's outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here to Leja. Chance
ready.
Tucker on the hill. Leja with that bright fluorescent pink bat. That one's outside for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strikes. 6-2 is the score here. It's the same score as Jeter is tall over there on third. There's a swing and a drive over behind the second baseman. Second baseman on his roller skates, and he reels it in.
A beautiful job backpedaling once again. And keep in mind that when he looks up, that sun's probably in his eyes. So
So, will that be it?
I thought it would be, but like I said, I don't know much about
Everybody's
baseball.
coming out. So,
Everybody's coming out, but that umpire's heading over there. We are in Loving, so things are a little different. We're not playing home.
yeah, the umpire's headed over to get a drink of water. So maybe, I guess, so they'll play 7. So that's 6. It's a four-run game, so you'll play the next inning.
Yes,
So
sir.
yeah, I'm losing it. I don't know what I was thinking.
I never had it, so.
So we head into the top of the 7th. Eunice leads here 6-2. Quick shout out to some sponsors as we keep it here. Eunice Wrecker and Rental, Eunice Pump and Supply, Eunice Health Clinic, Eunice Public Schools, the City of Eunice, Cardinal Hardware, Redbird Gas, Parker Cardinal Energy, we'll change their name, BTH Services and Rental,
that Rosendo
NMR
saying?
Pipeline, and Devon Energy. As you can tell, this broadcast is completely sponsored by Eunice Companies, so we might be a little one-sided. That's who pays our bills, so we appreciate those folks and appreciate everyone listening. We try to be as fair as we can. At the same time, we got kids that go to Eunice.
Yes.
You're on the Eunice School Board. I'm a Eunice person and graduate and all that other good stuff. Got my Eunice shirt on, and
I never wore my red.
So here we go. Tucker at the plate, swings at that one, fouls it off. Kind of a little slap check swing.
Yes.
Jose Calvillo hustling over to scoop up that foul ball, and you're right. You know, you look at that turf as that ball sets down in it.
It's deep, man.
The turf is it's a neat. To me, it looks really cool. I really like this turf. I don't.
Normally on baseball fields, on the infield, they keep it little, short,
Yeah.
to make the ball fast. And outfield, they keep it kind of thick, that way it can bounce some.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. I like the way this looks. I got to tell you, it looks pretty cool. So, anyway, 1-1 is the count, and that's going to be high for ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Wind seems to be picking up a little bit here, and it's blowing straight out of here, right over that outfield, center field scoreboard. Chance Tucker, this young man's got 11 strikeouts as a pitcher here in this ball game. He's got a single, a flyout, and a 2-run RBI triple in his last at bat.
Yes, sir. And he got a triple the first inning, didn't he? On the bad throw. And he bounced all the way to third.
Well, he got a single, and then on a couple of errors, he ended up
all
on
the way
third. Yes, yes.
Showing them wheels that he has.
Yep. So Tucker steps in there. 3 balls, 1 strike is the count. No outs here. We're in the top of the 7th. The pitcher threw that pitch so hard that his hat flew off in mid-throw.
He keeps falling off. He keeps distracting the batters, I guess, by it.
So 3 balls, 2 strikes. We've got a full count here to the first batter, Chance Tucker, of the 7th inning. Tucker ready. Here comes the pitch from Porras, and it's high for ball number 4. And Chance Tucker earns the walk.
I'm willing to bet they're going to do a pitch out this first pitch, see if
If
Tucker
Tucker goes. Yeah, and you can almost bet he's going to.
Oh, yeah. The young man likes to run and steal on the base. On the diamond, I mean.
And so Calvillo, the left-hander, steps into that left-handed batter's box.
He got a double last time, right? We got a single when he crushed the ball.
He flew out.
Flew out? Okay.
He's got 2 flyouts and a single in his 3 at-bats here so far.
It's something kind of odd that Eunice dugout's been kind of quiet this whole game. They're usually loud and chanting. And
there's a drive straight back at the pitcher. Pitcher scoops it up, throws it over, gets Calvillo out, but the single or the ground out does advance Tucker.
makes you wonder if it was a hit and run situation.
And it may have been. I didn't pay it, I guess, good enough attention to know whether he was gone before or not. But, so Bubba Cerna comes to the plate. Cerna had a flyout and a single his first 2 at-bats. He steps in there ready to go. Runner with a big lead out at second. Here comes the pitch. It's driven high up above second base. Second baseman standing under it. Ooh.
Everybody goes, "Ooh!" Did you hear it in the crowd?
And that is a fly out for Cerna, infield fly. And so the runner's still standing at second, and up comes Aiden Pender. Pender's due.
Yes, sir, he
He's got
is.
a fly out and a couple of strikeouts. His first 3 at-bats here in this ball game.
He's doing awesome in the field, but on the plate he's struggling right now.
So here he goes.
Oh.
They're going to call that on that outside corner for strike number 1. So Bobby Porras has come in for this Falcon team. He's picked up a couple of strikeouts, done a good job on the hill for the Falcons.
He's kind of contained the Eunice bats here for a little bit, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm. So here comes the next pitch. It's a big breaking ball. Not quite back in there. It was close.
Yeah, it's close. It
Ball
missed
1.
the strike zone maybe about an inch or 2. Good call by the umpire.
So 1 ball, 1 strike here. 2 outs. We're in the top of the 7th. Here comes the pitch. Swing and miss.
He wanted that one.
And so that makes it 2 strikes. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Runner on second. We need to get him home. It's quiet.
Here comes the pitch. It's a foul ball hit back over toward the first base dugout, and it's going to be out of play.
I almost hit those people in that little green vehicle over there.
Oh, yeah, and the little gator.
There you go, the gator.
The gator. Later gator.
And it's cool right now. It's perfect because it's hot in the summertime out here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's nice here right now, I got to say. This is
like I said earlier, I love this awning as well.
Yep. There's a swing on and a miss and a strikeout for Pender, and that'll send Eunice out to the field. We're in the bottom of the 7th here. Eunice leads 6-2. The Falcons will have one more shot to try to either tie it up or take the lead here. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports, here live on a beautiful, beautiful day in Loving, New Mexico. The number 2 ranked 2A team in the state, the Loving Falcons, hosting the Eunice Cardinals in a District 4 2A matchup. Eunice leads here 6-2. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Loving will have the last chance at the plate here. Chance Tucker on the hill. He throws a big breaking ball to the first batter of this inning, which is Bobby Porras. He's pitching for the Falcons at this time as well. So strike 1 to Porras, and here goes Tucker with the next pitch.
Ooh,
big
beautiful.
breaking ball comes in there. And that's a big strike there. Strike 2, so 0-2 to Porras.
Let's see it. Fastball?
Here comes the pitch. Inside, gonna be called a... And they don't give him the call there.
That's the catcher's job, to make sure he calls towards first base.
Yeah.
And the pitcher should not show any emotion like he just did.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Tucker on the heel. Here comes the next pitch, and that's on the corner for strike number 3. That is 12 strikeouts for Tucker here in this ball game. 12 strikeouts already for that young man.
Done an outstanding job, hasn't he?
Yep.
Keeping this team off balance, hitting the corners, inside and outside corners.
So that brings up Nick Collins. Young man started out as the pitcher here today. He's got a strikeout and a ground out in his first 2 at-bats. The throw back to the pitcher goes out towards center field. So,
Did you see Chance trying to jump up on the mound, try to catch?
Yeah.
I'm so afraid they'll come down and hurt themselves when they do that.
So Nick Collins at the plate. That's going to be ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out.
Ball 2, coach. Because it's two balls.
Oh, you're right.
Yes,
You're
sir.
right. 2 balls, no strikes. My bad.
You're good. That's what I'm here for.
Here comes the hot pink bat. That's that outside corner. That umpires like that call all day. He's been sticking with it.
And that's good. Once they identify where they're going to stay all day,
Yep.
appease the coach, appease the umpire. Keep him happy.
2-1. There's a swing. Hit over toward third. Jeter scoops it up. Fires it toward first. Nice stretch by Calvillo for out number 2.
And once again, with that thick turf there in the infield, it slows the ball down and gives the runners less of a chance to get the first.
Yeah. Yeah, so
We'll take it. I mean, I love it.
good
Beautiful
play
job.
there by Jeter.
And he has to go down way low because, remember, he's 6'2". He has to go way down and get it. So
And I believe this is Gio Ruiz up to the plate.
all the
Big
strike.
Strike 1. So 0-1, 2 outs here. Gio back to the plate. Chance Tucker wastes no time. Big breaking ball. Gio was ducking out of the way, and that ball broke back at the last minute. It's ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Keep hitting this camera. I don't know why. I'm not mad or anything.
There's that outside corner for strike number 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 1 pitch away from Eunice capturing game 1 here of this doubleheader. 6-2's the score. Here comes the pitch, swung on and missed, and that is 13 strikeouts for Chance Tucker as Eunice gets the 6-2 win over the number 2 ranked team in the state of New Mexico and District Foe Loving. Eunice wins game 1. We'll have game 2 here shortly. Quick rundown on kind of the stats really quickly before we send it back for a word from our sponsors. Alfredo Morales had a fly out, a ground out, a single, and a ground out. Jonathan Caballero was hit by a pitch. He had a hit with an RBI, another single, and a strikeout. Chance Tucker, for pitching, he had 13 strikeouts on the hill. At the plate, he had a single, a fly out, a 2-run RBI or 2 RBI triple, a walk. And let's see, Jose Calvillo had a fly out, a single, a fly out, and a ground out. Bubba Cerna with a fly out, a single, and a fly out. Aiden Pender with a fly out and 3 strikeouts. Billy Blevins with a strikeout, a bunt out, and a strikeout. Braylon Jeter with a fly out, a 2 RBI single, another single. Brady Colburn with a walk, a ground out, and then he got out in a bunt that advanced the runners. So for your Eunice Cardinals, they pick up game 1 win here, 6-2. And what are your thoughts on game 1?
Game 1, we did a beautiful job, especially the pitcher. A lot of defensive stuff that went out there that we took care of very cleanly, very professionally. I like that tremendously. So I'm looking forward to game 2. Hopefully we can keep hitting the ball and keep playing great defense.
So thank you for listening. Quick shout out to the sponsors of this game: Eunice Wrecker and Rental, Parker Energy Services, Eunice Pump and Supply, the Eunice Health Clinic, Devon Energy, NMR Pipeline, BTH Services and Rental, Cardinal Hardware and Lumber, Eunice Public Schools, Outlaw Grill, the City of Eunice, and Redbird Gas. Eunice picks up the win in game 1 of this doubleheader. We'll be back shortly for game number 2. Thank you for listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
Eunice has a friendly small-town atmosphere, great schools and churches, and a low cost of living. The entire community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. The Eunice Department of Motor Vehicles' new office hours are Monday through Thursday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. No testing on Friday. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities.
Outlaw Grill thanks you for supporting Outlaw Grill throughout the years. Outlaw Grill has all your favorites, from savory soups to burgers. Porterhouse steaks, fettuccine alfredo, crispy chicken scallopini are just some of the all-time favorites. Outlaw Grill invites you to come in or call your order in 575-392-2012. That's 575-392-2012. It's a fast turnaround time for a delicious gourmet meal from the crew at Outlaw Grill.
The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards! The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Eunice schools are excited to have students and staff back on campus and involved in another successful school term. It's been an eventful year, and the Eunice schools are ready for whatever comes their way. Eunice Public Schools provide high-quality educational experiences in a safe environment. The entire Eunice community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities, and a fantastic school system. Eunice schools are excited to have students and staff back on campus and involved in another successful school term. It's been an eventful year, and the Eunice schools are ready for whatever comes their way. Eunice Public Schools provide high-quality educational experiences in a safe environment. The entire Eunice community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities, and a fantastic school system.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006. Their team is known for their hard work and dedication, big enough to meet your needs for transport, pump trucks, vacuum trucks, and disposal services. Parker Energy and their staff are huge supporters of all Lee County sports and academics. They encourage their young adults to go the extra mile, whether it's sports, grades, or just being a better you. Parker Energy Support Services, 2350 Avenue O, a proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to beautiful Loving, New Mexico, or a beautiful day here in Loving, New Mexico. I'm Jimmy Jones. Got Resendo here with me somewhere. He took off for the concession stand and never came back. He's probably over there licking on a lollipop or something. But anyway, we're getting ready to start game 2 of our doubleheader here. This is a District 4 2A matchup between the number 2 ranked team in the state of New Mexico in 2A baseball. That's the Loving Falcons. And the number 4 ranked team in the state of New Mexico in 2A, the defending state champion Eunice Cardinals. Game 1 went to Eunice 6-2, and we're getting ready to start game 2 here. And we have the Eunice roster and everything updated. I do not have a updated lineup for Loving for this game. I do see that Emerson Rodriguez is on the mound here in game 2 for this Loving Falcon baseball team. Alfredo Morales will lead off here for the Cardinals as he steps up into the right-handed batter's box. Morales had a pretty good first game, and here we go starting game number 2. There's a swing on and a drive high up above, right behind second base. Shortstop comes over, makes the catch for the Falcons. So Morales goes down on a flyout in his first at bat here for the Cardinals. Next up for the Cardinals will be Jonathan Caballero. Caballero took a shot, we thought earlier in that first game, we thought it was a shot to the wrist or the hand. Ended up finding out in between games it was a shot to the throat. He got hit in the throat.
Poor man said he couldn't breathe out there.
Yes, sir. So he swings at strike 1, and so it's 0-1 count here as Caballero steps back in there. 1 out here. We're starting game 2. Emerson Rodriguez on the hill for the Falcons. There's a swing on and a miss for strike 2.
I believe this is their ace, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So Rodriguez on the hill for the Falcons. And Caballero at the plate for the Cardinals. 0-2 is the count, 1 out here. And here comes the pitch. That's swung on and driven high and foul over near third base. Third baseman trying to track it down. He can't get to it. It hits the turf. And that'll send Caballero back to the batter's box with an 0-2 count.
Jumping on that ball real quick. Keep the hands back a little bit. Put it in play. That's what we need to here in the second game.
So it is. It's warmed up for sure.
Very hot out there.
It is. They've got a pretty neat little setup with this shaded area that we're sitting in. It's not quite the Eunice Cardinal press box with the AC and the heater, but it's pretty nice sitting here right now. I got to tell you, shade, little breeze coming through. And so here's the next pitch. It swung on and fouled off by Caballero. It's still 0-2, although he's seen about 8 pitches already.
Yeah. Staying alive, you can say, which is a good thing. That's what you want from your first batters. Either a base hit or see a lot of pitches. That way that pitcher can use his pitch count, you can say.
So Caballero steps back in there. He's really crowding the plate. He's deep in the batter's box. Here comes the pitch, and it's high and outside, and he finally takes ball 1 after about 9 or 10 pitches.
Yep, and now all strikes, huh?
Yeah.
Got me a hot dog. I was starving.
Yeah. I thought you were over there getting a lollipop, but a hot dog, that's about on the same track.
Yeah, same track.
All right, so Rodriguez on the hill. He kicks and fires a big breaking ball.
Wow,
and
they
they're
call
going
it
to say
a
it came back in
strike.
for strike 3. So Caballero goes down on the strikeout, and that'll bring up Chance Tucker. The ace pitcher in the first game had 13 strikeouts on the hill, and he is transferred to a new position in this game. He'll be catching here in this game. He also had a pretty good day at the plate, or game at the plate, in that first game, including a 2-run RBI triple in game 1. So here he goes back to the plate. There's a big breaking ball in there for strike 1.
On the inside corner. I'm going to go ahead and assume this umpire likes the inside corner.
You know, it's interesting because, you know, in the first game, Eunice's pitcher was throwing that big breaking ball that was making people kind of duck out of the way. This game, Rodriguez so far early in the game is throwing that big breaking ball that has people dancing over there. So Tucker stays alive there, fouls that one back. 0-2 is the count.
0-2 on Mr. Tucker. You said he's playing catcher, right?
Looked like he pulled his glasses off and slung them over there, and they're just laying on the turf. I think that was his glasses.
Yes, sir, they were. His glasses or his retainer.
Hope it's not his retainer. And there's a pitch on that outside corner for strike number 3. So just like that, 3 up, 3 down. Eunice will head to the field. We'll move into the bottom of the first. After a word from our sponsor, you're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports, here live from Loving. As the number 4 ranked baseball team in 2A baseball, the Eunice Cardinals has traveled over to Loving for a 4-2A matchup as they face off against the number 2 ranked team in the state of New Mexico, Loving. Eunice picked up the big win in game number 1, 6-2, and we are in the bottom of the first. Eunice will have its first at-bat here in the next few minutes. We do not have a lineup from this Loving team for game number 2, so we'll do our best to compare the numbers as they step to the plate based on who batted in the first game.
Well, the first batter for the Loving Falcons is going to be number 5.
Number 5.
Yes,
number
sir.
5 is Tristan Ansuarez. Ansuarez had a heck of a ball game the last time up, he had a double, a ground out, and a line out. Played some real good a play out there in the field for sure. So we'll put him in here in the first spot. On the hill for the Cardinals is Cerna. His first pitch is fouled off for strike number 1. So Bubba Cerna on the hill. Chance Tucker, Chance Tucker behind the plate.
Call him Chris Tucker, huh?
Yeah, one of them Tuckers. He might be all tuckered out after that first game.
Oh, they're young. They'll get it. They're young.
So here comes the next pitch, swung on and driven high into shallow right center field. Pinder stumbling back there, and he gets to it again in typical Pinder fashion, as he would look like he was on roller skates back there, but the ball goes safely into his glove.
He's got number 11. This young man was hit like 5 times last game.
This is number 11, Aiden Leyva. He's the one with the good come-out or walk-out music. I feel like there's some bullfighting going on.
Yep.
So, what was that one?
Foul ball, strike number 1.
Okay, so strike number 1 to Aiden Leyva. Leyva in that first game got hit by a pitch his first 2 at-bats.
Hard,
Then had a strikeout in his third, and then there was an exchange of words between him and Tucker.
The ball was, I guess, 2 inside for ball number 1.
So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, lots of ones up on the board. I've noticed a film crew here in between games. They had a tripod set up out in the field and were like doing like interviews and stuff. They just came over and sat down. I don't know if that's the news. I don't know if it's something with the school. I have no idea. But
they're scouting the Eunice Cardinals right now.
Scouting the Eunice Cardinals.
They're going to spread it throughout 2-way baseball in the state of New Mexico.
There you go. All right, so here goes the next pitch. It's a big breaking ball. Doesn't quite get back in there.
Did you see him, Doug, too? Got big breath. I've been hit too many guys. Leave me alone.
Yes. So 3-1. And here is the next pitch. They're going to call that one on the corner for strike 2. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out.
Making it a full count. And you know what's funny? That umpire is calling the game now, and Chance.
Oh, yeah.
Going back and forth on the field earlier.
And now they're hugging back in the back there. So that ball is going to get past, and that's going to be ball 4. So Leyva with the walk.
Drew a walk. Watching the ball pretty good. This is number 3.
So number 3 in that first matchup was Bobby Porras.
And they're going to have a pinch runner for the catcher for the Loving Falcons.
So here he goes, stepping up to the plate. This is Bobby Porras. He said he did a good job there in that first game as well. And he takes strike 1. So strike 1 to Porras. Bubba Cerna on the hill for the Cardinals. Got Leyva over on first.
It's a pinch runner, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. So they got the pinch runner. Did you by chance get who that was?
It looks like number 17.
17.
As he goes and finds that number, it's 2 strikes, no balls, runner on first. Top of the first. 0-0. Swing and a miss, foul ball, and the catcher does not catch the ball. Count remains the same.
So 0-2. 1 out. Once again, we're in the bottom of the first here in game number 2 of our doubleheader on the road here in Loving. Eunice and Loving. Both of them have very similar looks as far as uniforms go, so if it's hard to tell on the camera, it's hard to tell in the bleachers. Here comes the next pitch, and it's high and outside for ball number 1.
Yeah, it's kind of far out of the zone for so early in the inning. And just seeing something, hopefully throw the ball towards first. Watch.
That ball skips off the turf. They pick it up, fire it over toward, and they're going to pick the runner off. What a play by Chance Tucker. That young man signed to play some college baseball just yesterday. Had his signing there at the Eunice gym, and so congratulations to him. And he's had a heck of an outing here today.
Yes, he has. Doing a beautiful job keeping the ball in front of him, making a good, strong throw to second base, and shortstop catches the ball.
There's a ball a little bit outside.
2-2-2-2.
So full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here.
Boogie chain, wiggly.
Except this is the 3-2 on the full count. Here comes the pitch.
Oh, my count's off.
Swung on, driven over toward Pinder. Pinder scoops it up, flips it over to first for the out. And just like that, Eunice gets out of the inning. We'll head into the second. We've got a tie ball game 0-0 here in Loving as the Cardinals and the Falcons are all knotted up. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal baseball here live in Loving. As the defending state champion Eunice Cardinals are on the road here in a District 4-2A matchup against this year's number 2 ranked team in the state, the Loving Falcons. Eunice took game 1 of this doubleheader, and we are early in game 2. As we have moved into inning number 2. Jose Calvillo at the plate for the Cardinals. He drives that ball right at the first baseman, who grabs that on a line out from Calvillo.
Beautiful job they're hitting the ball hard and solid, but just right to our first baseman. And we're getting a little bit more people in the stands, aren't we?
Yeah, it's and we've got the only shaded area,
Yes.
so a lot of these folks that we're sitting in other places are going,
pile up. We're going to pile
over
up
there. So Braylon Jeter steps up. He drives that one right off the shin of the pitcher and then makes it to first. Oh, and then
that's a beautiful
the
play.
second baseman was so mad he threw his hat down and slammed it, and
throw him out of the game from unsportsmanlike conduct.
that was like some WWE action right there. Anyway, Jeter standing on first after the single.
Brings up Bubba Cerna, the pitcher tonight.
So Cerna heads to the plate. Braylon Jeter already stepping off with a good lead at first. Here he goes, stretching his lead out a little more, and the pitcher sees it too. He's going to step off.
He wasn't
and
real
get him
happy,
going
was
back.
he? He wasn't real happy he beat that run out.
Yeah,
or hitting him in the calf, one or the other.
Yeah, that ball skipped right off his side of his leg, and that ball's going to get through, and Jeter's going to easily get to second. Makes the turn, peaks at third, and now he's going to float back over towards second. So Eunice with a runner in scoring position here. We're in a 0-0 ball game, no outs here in the top of the second.
There's a good chance right here. The pitcher, who was a batter right now for the Eunice Cardinals, could help himself here. Nice shot over here to the right field behind second base. Look at that big old gap.
Oh, man, there's a big gap over there
Big
for
gap
sure,
over
the
there.
way they're all shifted. So Cerna at the plate. Here comes the pitch. It's high and outside for ball number 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Bubba Cerna, the Eunice pitcher in this ball game. Braylon Jeter stands at second. A hit would likely score him because he's got some wheels.
Yes, he does.
Here comes the next pitch. It's high and inside for ball 3, so a 3-0 count here to Cerna.
A.K.A. Bubba. Fernando's his first name.
Yep.
Better known as Bubba.
Bubba.
Hey, Bubba.
Like Bubba Gump Shrimp Company?
Probably.
Shrimp scampi,
bump-
shrimp stew, shrimp kebab. And he takes strike number 1.
They gave him the red light on that one, huh?
3 balls, 1 strike. Yeah, I guess so. He definitely
Let it
like
go
the
by,
red
yeah.
light. Yeah.
He left the bat on his shoulder and everything.
So Cerna steps back in there. Jeter at second.
Go, Jeter.
Here
Go,
comes
Jeter.
the pitch from Rodriguez. It's low and outside for ball number 4. And now we'll have runners at first and second as Aiden Pender heads to the plate.
We'll call a timeout out there. We have a courtesy runner for Bubba. And it's going to be a Coy sighting again.
So Coy heads over to first. Cerna will head to the dugout to go try on his shin guards.
And he's a true freshman out there, Tyson Coy.
Yeah.
I say that the other day, and somebody called me, what do you mean by true freshman? I'm being sarcastic, guys. Like, don't you only have 4 years of eligibility? Yeah, he had 4 years of eligibility. You know how it goes, right?
I think we got 5 now,
Yes, sir,
though,
you
in
do.
New Mexico.
Yes, sir, I stand
So
corrected.
Pender steps up there. He's ready. Here comes the pitch. He's going to
beautiful
bunt
bunt.
it,
Stay
and it
fair.
is right down the line, but it's going to roll on out foul. So strike 1 on the foul ball bunt attempt from Pender, and that was almost a perfect bunt.
Yes, if it would have stayed in bounds or in play or not go foul, I don't know how
Yep.
to say that.
Yeah, because the first baseman was over there holding the runner on, and so he wasn't coming. And I think Pender could have outrun that ball down the line.
Oh, yes.
So here we go. Pender back in there. Runners at first and second. Pender thought about swinging on that one. There goes the runners on the passed ball. And so now, just like that, Eunice with runners in scoring position here with only 1 out.
So it takes the whole bunting situation out. We can be able to hit the ball here deep, hit it somewhere.
Or you could go ahead. I mean, it's only 1 strike. Bunt it one more time. You could score a run here. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out.
Call a squeeze? You want to call a squeeze on me?
You definitely could.
That's going to be kind of bold.
It'd have to be a main squeeze, but
Or a big gulp from 7-Eleven.
that's right. So here comes the pitch. Pender swings at it. That's almost as good as a bunt. They're trying to get to it. They don't get to it. And so Pender's check swing looked like a bunt, had the same result, and he's going to score a run.
The thing around there, the pitcher did not feel the ball good enough, so he dropped it, didn't make a play, and he stopped playing.
Yep.
So that makes a big difference. That little small stuff.
And Jeter slides into home. He's going to score a run. It's 1-0 here early in the first.
So once again, we're in a button situation here. Once again with speed on.
And it's the second. I said early in the first. We're
Yes,
in the
sir,
second
top
inning.
of the second, correct.
So runners now at the corners as Billy Blevins steps in.
Back.
And they're going to fake the throw to third, spin around, fake the throw to first, and all of that to do a little spin move on the hill.
And that's why they added a time in the Major League Baseball.
I think they have that dance program over there at Carlsbad that does all the dancing. That's kind of what that little spin move he did up there. He just spinning.
Hurt your ankle doing that.
Blevins steps back in, takes a big cut at that one. Swing and a miss for strike number 1.
It looked pretty from here, man. I wish you would have made some contact on that. When he makes contact, that ball's going to be flying off that bat, Coach.
So once again, runners at the corners, 1 out. Pender scored a run on the RBI a while ago as he brought in Jeter, and there's a big swing and a miss for strike 2. So 0-2 to Blevins. Got 1 out here.
The runner's still on first, so in a double base situation here for the Loving Falcons to get him out of the inning, but we don't want that. We want a double from Blevins.
All right, so Blevins steps back in. Runners, they're trying to hold him over to first. They spin him around and throw it over toward first, and that was close. And the Rodriguez motioning for the ref. He's not liking what he saw, so the ump's going to go talk to him.
Yeah, he's going to tell him, you know what, come here. He's tired of the attitude already.
Yeah,
which I understand. Let's keep this on the check.
He's going to call the coach over to talk to him about questioning the calls and waving the arms. So they're going to go have a little visit.
That's the 3rd time this inning. Throwing the glove down over there. Now the pitcher and the catcher did the same thing. So you have to respect your authorities in any situation. So
a little discussion over here between the coaches and the umpires. While they're doing that, we'll shout out to some sponsors. Eunice Wrecker and Rental, Parker Energy Services, Eunice Pump and Supply, the Eunice Health Clinic, Eunice Public Schools, the City of Eunice, Redbird Gas, Cardinal Hardware and Lumber, BTH Services and Rental, NMR Pipeline, and Devon Energy. Those companies make this broadcast available free to any of the viewers back home, so we appreciate you. The ump and the coach are still discussing some things, and now they're walking out toward the players on the field.
I don't know if you noticed it, but the coach was not real happy with the umpires. He was real adamant with his hands, making gestures either towards the mound or to the players, like they have the right to type of situation.
I thought he was making motions like, after this game, I'm going to go home and make some tortillas.
That's what it looked like. He's like,
you know, I'm just going to make some tortillas, and you make them like this, and then you roll them out there on the little deal, and then you slap them down.
yeah,
and you
as long as you don't slap the blue, we're okay, all right? Don't be talking about tortillas. I'm hungry, dude.
Hungry.
I'm hungry.
It's past lunchtime.
Boy,
huh?
I'm already shaking. If I don't make it through the whole game, you know why, right?
Yeah, I do.
I showed up late as it was.
And then came back to game 2 late. So.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I just can't be on time. I have to put my clock up 15 minutes.
So Billy Blevins steps back in. 0-2 is the count. We still got some of the little white butterflies out there flying around.
Tremendous one out there.
Make a fella think he's dizzy, but it's real white butterflies.
What's Charlie call me? Blistered, right?
Something like that. So here we go.
What's going on here?
Here comes the pitch. Big swing and a foul ball from Blevins. So 0-2 is the count. 1 out. Runners at the corners. Blevins trying to hang tough. We heard that song a while ago in between games, so he's hanging tough still.
He'll get there. He'll get there. Be patient with the young man.
And now he's going to step out of the box. Now he steps back in. So it was just a quick fake of the step out.
A lot of dancing out there, huh?
Yep. And
There
that
you
ball's
go.
fouled off again, too. So Billy's staying alive.
Going deep. What the good thing about it is when you're in the box, you see more pitches.
Mm-hmm.
So you pick him up a lot easier the more you see him there.
So 0-2 still the count after multiple foul balls. Here goes Blevins again. There goes the pitch. It's a big breaking ball high and inside for ball number 1. So a whole bunch of pitches for the first ball.
Yes, and I thought that was going to hit him in the shoulders, but it got through there. Did not hit him. Unfortunately, load the bases up for Colburn.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Brady Colburn in the on-deck circle. Runners at first and third.
Oh, once again,
they
that's
do it
good, huh?
again. They step off, fake the throw to third, then fake it to first, and now they're going to get back on the hill.
Looking like John Travolta out there, huh?
Yep.
Oh, Saturday Night Fever.
So here we go. Looks like they're coming home this time. They do. A swing and a miss for strike number 3, and down goes Blevins on the strikeout. Next up is Brady Colburn. Brady Colburn steps in. 2 outs, runners on the corners, and Colburn to the plate. In the last game, he had a walk, a ground out, and then he bunted to advance the runners and got out.
That's what we need to do here. Just advance the runners a little bit more, or even bring them home. I would say bring them home.
So there's a big breaking ball that cuts back, had Colburn kind of leaning back a little bit, and then it broke right back over the plate for strike number 1.
If you paid attention on that, when the catcher was set up on the outside, and he missed the spot all the way on the inside. So let's see on the control issues for that pitcher.
So Rodriguez on the hill for the Falcons. Rocks, fires. That ball's driven over toward left field. Left fielder under it, and he makes the catch. And Colburn with the fly out makes good contact, but that'll end the batting or the at-bat for the Cardinals. Send the Cardinals into the field and send the Falcons to the plate. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal baseball.
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006. Their team is known for their hard work and dedication, big enough to meet your needs for transport, pump trucks, vacuum trucks, and disposal services. Parker Energy and their staff are huge supporters of all Lee County sports and academics. They encourage their young adults to go the extra mile, whether it's sports, grades, or just being a better you. Parker Energy Support Services, 2350 Avenue O, a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of their Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids with their academics and athletics. They realize that balancing both is challenging and appreciate their determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they are cheering them on all the way. Bart and his crew say, "Go Eunice Cardinals!"
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eunice Cardinal Sports here live from Loving, as your Eunice Cardinals have hit the road over to Loving to face the number 2 ranked team in the state this year, the Loving Falcons. Next up to bat for the Falcons will be Emerson Rodriguez, the pitcher for this Falcon team. Batting in the cleanup spot here.
Ooh, this is just a little bit high for ball 1 on the inside corner. Oh, man. We have a situation here.
What's that? Oh,
See what I see.
Yeah. All right. There's a high ball 2. So 2 balls, no strikes here to Rodriguez, the pitcher for the Falcons.
Could you see me holding this for like 3 hours?
Bubba Cerna on the hill. He throws that one low and inside for ball 3. So 3-0. So Rodriguez is going to step back in there, and he's ready. Cerna's back on the hill, kind of shakes his head, and now he's ready. There's strike 1. So 3 balls, 1 strike.
There it is, boss. I'm going to have to adjust that in a minute, hopefully.
Yeah. And there's a swing and a drive over, just gets past the outstretched arm of Jeter into left field, and that it will be a nice single by Emerson Rodriguez.
I'm going to be honest with you. I thought Jeter had it. It barely missed his glove, man. Good job out there trying to catch it.
And that'll bring up number 2-1. 2-1 is Diego Leja. Leja, 21, Diego Leja.
Number 10 is on deck. Swing and a miss for strike 1 on Diego.
In the first game, Diego had 2 strikeouts and a flyout. And so he steps in here ready and takes strike number 1. And here we go with the next pitch. A big swing and a miss.
Oh, thank you, runner, for keeping that ball down for us.
So that makes it 0-2 to Leja.
A little pickoff move by the catcher towards first base. First baseman misplayed it, but it hit the runner.
Yep.
So kept the ball.
Stayed right there.
Stayed right there, thank God.
So here comes the next pitch. It's driven foul over above the first base dugout.
And those poor people who are charging got to sit there in the sun, huh?
Oh yeah, they're like at a table, and they're on both sides like that. Just a table and a couple of chairs, just kind of out there.
Some go-getters, huh?
Yep. There's a high fly ball up above second base.
Drop it.
Shortstop going to step over and call for it.
We
They
got him.
Fire it back over. Man, that was close.
I would have dropped to pull a double play.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful job throwing towards first. But.
Yeah, so next up will be number 10. That's Caleb Rodriguez.
Number 18's on deck, coach.
All right. Here comes the pitch. It's out. No, they're going to call that one for a strike.
We'll take it.
Yeah. The loving faithful not liking it. I thought it was outside, too. I got to be honest. Try to call a spade a spade. I thought that pitch was outside, but.
I have a better angle from here. I think it was a strike.
There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. So 0-2 is the count here to Rodriguez.
I'm a betting man. If we strike this man out, we're going to throw a pickoff towards first. Look how big that lead that guy gets over there first. He's going out. No, he ain't.
There's a dry foul. And I got a message here saying thank you to whoever moved the camera, that all they were seeing was the back of a hat for the last 5 or 10 minutes. So thank you for scooting it over a few inches.
Oh, he told me you want to stay in the game?
So the ump saying something to the loving
crowd or the guy on deck
there,
or what?
Yeah, somewhere over that direction. Here comes the pitch. It's driven into center field. That's a well-hit ball. It's going to be a single, and it'll advance the runners. So just like that, Loving now with runners at first and second.
Why didn't that Loving runner on first get a better jump on that, go all the way to third?
He was just kind of going.
Yeah, like kind of nonchalant.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Who am I, right? I'm the camera guy. Guys not getting heads.
So that'll bring up Exodus Fierro. And that looks like number 2-7 on deck. 2-7 is Trey Totterveen.
I think he's back to the top of the lineup with him, right?
No, not this game. They mixed their lineup up pretty good, and there's strike number 1.
I thought he was going to bunt. I'm not going to lie.
So Fierro steps back in there, runners at first and second. And that ball's high and outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. We're in a 1-0 game here as the Cardinals lead 1-0. And we're in the bottom of the second. Here comes the next pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yes, sir. Fouled it right back to the catchers, man. And 1 out.
Here they go. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike number 3. And Cerna picks up the strikeout there. That is his first strikeout of this ball game. That brings up Trey Totterveen. He swings at that one and misses for strike number 1.
That ball had a little bit of power on it, huh?
Mm-hmm. Kind of tailed off as well. For those of you back home, it's there's one little shady spot in this whole stadium, and we're sitting in it. And we had a lot of room in Game 1 because it was beautiful and nice and cool. Let's heat it up now.
Everybody's up in here, man. We're piled up like sardines.
Yeah, so everybody's piled up in here with us now. So
if we only got one head in the camera, we're doing great.
I feel like a can of Vienney Weenies right now with all of us crammed in here beside each other. There's a foul ball.
Count remains the same.
0-2 the count. 2 outs here in a 1-0 game. Eunice at the lead. Trey Tarvine up to the plate for the Falcons. As I mentioned, this Falcon team is currently sitting in the number 2 spot in the state rankings. And just like that, there's the strikeout. So down goes Tarvine. That is 2 strikeouts already for Cerna. And we move into the 3rd inning. You're listening to Eunice Cardinal Baseball on the No Mark Broadcasting Network.
Lobo Trucking has now been in business for 20 years and has watched many of you grow up. Having a good attitude and sportsmanship goes a long way. Lobo Trucking encourages you to tune into HobbsAmerica.com and watch play-by-play during the state tournament. Your friends at Lobo Trucking are rooting for you. Lobo Trucking is located at 1902 North French Drive. Call 575-391-1331 for more info. Lobo Trucking is another proud sponsor of all Lee County athletics and academics. Congratulations, students and student-athletes of Lee County. R360 congratulates all Jal, Eunice, Hobbs, Lovington, Tatum, and the surrounding high schools, and wishes the best of luck to our student-athletes competing this week in state playoffs. Right now is more important than ever to recognize positive achievements in our communities. Join R360 in saluting our amazing Lee County students. This community message is brought to you by R360.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports, here live from Loving, New Mexico. District 4-2A Loving versus District 4-2A Eunice. The number 4 team in the state currently in the rankings, the Eunice Cardinals, and defending state champions, traveled over here to Loving to face the number 2 ranked team in the state in the Loving Falcons. We're back to the top of the lineup here. Eunice leads 1-0 in this ball game, and Alfredo Morales steps up. He flew out his first at bat here in this ball game.
Hopefully puts that ball in play here, get some runners on.
Emerson Rodriguez on the hill for the Loving Falcons. Looks at his catcher, takes the sign, steps, kicks, and fires, and a swing on and a miss by Morales for strike 1.
He wanted that one. All the way he was saying, I'm going to swing. Which he did. He missed it, but oh well. The strike is just 1. That's why we get 2 more.
I wanted some tacos. I didn't get any. So Morales steps back in there. He's ready. Swing on and a miss for strike 2.
Is that a breaking pitch?
We did move the camera over a little, so we appreciate those of you back home listening and watching. Had a message in the break that said that guy's hat's got sweat rings on it, and we were doing a close-up of it. So our apologies. We tried to move it around a little bit, and there's a swing-on foul.
Count remains the same as the camera guy tries just a little bit more.
So like I said, we are crammed in here. There's not a whole lot of room in this little shady spot that we're sitting in.
And then we have the pole on the right-hand side.
When I was a kid, we'd go fishing every now and then, and wherever there were shade trees around the lake, that's where everybody was piled in. That's kind of the way this looks. And there's a drive over toward short for Morales. Morales hustling down the first base line, and they're going to pick him off just in time. The shortstop for this team does a really good job. I believe that's Bobby Porras.
Yes. And Morales, he would get there a lot sooner if he wouldn't look at the ball when he runs.
Yeah.
My Monday morning quarterback opinion.
So that'll bring Jonathan Caballero, up to the plate. And he struck out his last at bat. Let's see if he can get a little something going here. Chance Tucker standing in the on-deck circle. That ball is low and outside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes here, 1 out. We're in a 1-0 ball game. Eunice leads 1-0. They won game 1 6-2. And we are in the second game of our doubleheader here on a warm somewhat windy day, and there's
Straight
a
up.
high fly ball right back over the catcher. Catcher trying to get to it, and he can't get to it. It hits the turf, and J-Cab, I think his last at bat did almost the exact same thing and got away with one.
Yep.
Hit the turf, and he gets to come back and get another shot.
See, he's using a different bat. I don't know why he does that. One bat, one inning, one bat the next inning.
Some sort of,
I have no idea.
it's kind of like that 2-2-2, juju,
Yes.
boo, whatever, one of them things.
Now, they have their method to their madness. Dad just sits back and watches and enjoys it.
Yep. So J-Cap back in there. Rodriguez on the hill for the Falcons. Kicks and fires toward home. Had check swing.
No, he called it a strike.
Oh, yeah.
That's strike number
Strike two. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Everybody's a little confused there.
Yeah, I thought at first, I thought it was maybe had tipped it off, but
And the catcher got in and tagged him out.
yeah.
I was like, okay, what's going on here?
With 1 strike, now 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. J-Cap back in there. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, driven high up above first base. The pitcher runs through, and Rodriguez gets the out.
People go crazy over a routine fly ball, I guess.
So a foul ball caught by the pitcher in foul territory. That makes out number 2, and that'll send Chance Tucker to the plate. So Chance Tucker steps in there. Once again, score is 1-0. Eunice leads here in game 2 after the 6-2 win in game number 1. Jose Calvillo in the on-deck circle for the Cardinals.
I sent my field reporter on a special mission.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Hopefully she follows through.
Well, Tucker had a heck of a game in game 1. He did strike out his first at-bat here in game number 2. Tucker had 13 strikeouts as the pitcher in the winning pitcher in game 1.
And right now he has a thrown-out runner being catcher.
Yeah, yeah. Also had a 2 RBI hit in game 1. He fouls that one off for strike number 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here. Tucker at the plate.
As Calvillo sprints down there and picks up that foul ball.
In that deep, lush turf.
You might take a nap out there. Not right now, it's too hot, but
A little hot for me right now, but I would like, that looks like good napping material right there. I'd like to have some of that in my yard.
oh, I don't have to worry about cutting it, maintaining it.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice right there. All right, so Tucker steps back in there. He's ready. Here comes the pitch. Big breaking ball, and it's driven down the left field line, and it's in play. It's a fair ball. Tucker heads around first, headed to second. He's going to make the turn at second, then ease back to second. Tucker with a double down the left field line.
Beautiful job. That young man is seeing the ball well and hitting it. Beautiful. Now we have Calvillo up the bat. Hit a shot earlier towards first base. Now he hits another one right over first base.
So Jose Calvillo comes in, the lefty. I was fixing to say maybe not this time, but he
swapped it around. That'd be nice, huh?
Yeah, so he's going to jump over to that left side. Runner in scoring position.
Earlier he hit a shot towards first, like I said.
Yep.
You can get a hold of one here.
And if it go right over that first baseman's head, he hits it toward first again, but this one is foul. If he
Strike number 1.
If he could chip one right over the first baseman's head, Tucker with those wheels would come home.
Easily. He would come home and Calvillo go to second. That's a deep corner over there.
Yes. Yep. That second baseman playing all the way back in the green portion of the turf.
That's illegal in the pros now.
Yeah. So here goes the pitch. It's down in the turf. Catcher did a really good job of keeping that ball in front of him.
Yes, he did. Keeping that runner from advancing there.
Yeah, that could have been real trouble for the Falcons there, but the catcher did a really good job of keeping that ball in front of him.
Well, they say, let's go, brother.
Chance Tucker on second. Nobody holding him on. That ball's driven right down the line, and what a play by the first baseman. And that saved the run, and he did a really good job of scooping that up, stepping on the bag. He's going to get Calvillo out on the ground out.
Yes, and that refers a good round of applause right there.
Yeah,
That's a beautiful job.
That's a good play right there. Let's leave it here. We'll go over some sponsors real quick. Eunice Wrecker and Rental, Parker Energy Services, Eunice Pump and Supply, Eunice Health Clinic, Devon Energy, NMR Pipeline, BTH Services and Rental, Cardinal Hardware and Lumber, Eunice Public Schools, Outlaw Grill, the City of Eunice, and Redbird Gas. We appreciate all of those sponsors making these broadcasts available free. We do the majority. I don't know what percentage, but I would say probably 75% of Eunice sports we cover throughout the year because those sponsors allow us to do it for free, and we appreciate you. There's not a lot of places in New Mexico that have that ability that we have right here. And so we appreciate the sponsors. We appreciate No Mark Broadcasting allowing you and I to do it.
Being patient with us, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So,
and on the other perspective of it, I'm usually here, or we're usually here. The other day when I was in Albuquerque, I got to see it the other way, and I was so grateful for it.
Yeah.
We put it on the TV at the hotel we were at, seeing the whole game.
Yep.
It wasn't a great game to be watching, but it was something we got to do.
Yeah, you
didn't miss a game.
You get to see your kids play, that sort of thing. And I've had to be on the other end of that a couple times, and it is nice. You know, I know when I've had to be out of town and I can log in and watch the game from my hotel. I was in New York City this year, and I can't remember if it was basketball or football season, but I was sitting in a hotel overlooking Times Square listening to you and Charlie broadcast a game. And so, you know, it definitely makes it nice. And so, you know, we're thankful. We appreciate all those sponsors allowing us to do what we do and to allow and to No Mark Broadcasting allowing this. So anyway, pretty neat deal. Not perfect, but it is neat for sure. So Gio steps back in. He's going to bunt that one over toward first. Jeter comes in, bare hands it, and guns him at first base.
Now that's a round
What
of
a
applause.
play by Braylon Jeter as he come running in, bare hand scooped it out of that thick turf and fired it over to first base.
And he had to hesitate a little because he almost hit Bubba.
Yes, yes, what a play by Braylon Jeter.
Beautiful job charging. It was kind of like a bunt slash swing. They tried to pull a quick one on us, but we were ready. Oh, ball's thrown high there.
So I'm trying to make sure I got my roster back out here.
This is number 5. He should be the top of the order, correct? For
Yes,
11?
this is Tristan Ansuarez. He had a fly out his first at bat. Bubba Cerna still on the hill for the Cardinals.
And right now, this young man has 2 balls, no strikes.
So here goes the pitch. It's hit over toward first base. Calvillo going to scoop it up and casually step on first base for out number 2. So just like that, 2 outs on the Falcons here. And that'll bring up
Number 11. I'm going to call him the target because this young man seems to get hit.
Yeah, the target. So that's Aiden Leyva. He walked his first at bat, got hit multiple times in the first game. So he steps in there and he's ready. He swings at that one, hits it up over above first base. Calvillo running over there. He'll knock a fence or a tree or a light pole down or something, and that ball's going to be out of play.
Strike number 1. So I'm glad he didn't hit the fence. He knocked it over.
When Calvillo gets going like that, he's liable to knock down the fence, the wall, or whoever else gets in his way.
Get a foul call on him, too.
Yeah, they'll call a foul on him. And there's a big swing and a miss for strike number 2. So 0-2 to Leyva.
You think Calvillo will be good at the shot put?
I would think so, yeah.
He has a...
Yeah, I would. Even the discus, the way he gets to running and spinning and doing all that, looked like he got a little athleticism that could.
And he's left-handed, so that's going to throw everything off.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Each time there's a ball in the field, so.
Oh, they're telling him to go out there and get that ball.
And nobody's jumped out there and got it.
Yeah, there's a big rush of people to. There goes one finally. All right, here's the next pitch, and that one was close. Outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here. The Falcons. Aiden Leyva is up. Here comes the pitch. It swung on and fouled off. Out of play.
Way back. What's nice about here, the balls don't get lost. In our field, the balls get out in the pasture or in that pumping unit fence. We're done with the balls.
Yeah. That is true. That is true. Leyva steps back
Ooh,
in. Big
beautiful
breaking
breaking
ball.
ball.
Ring him up, set him down as Leyva goes down watching that big breaking ball. And that'll move us into the fourth inning as Eunice leads 1-0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. You can watch and listen live on the Eunice Sports YouTube page or at hobbsamerica.com. They've changed their website a little bit over the last 6 months, and so now when you click on that hobbsamerica.com, you go up into the right corner, there's some little lines. You click on those, you go down to sports, you click on sports, and then you jump over to the Eunice Cardinals. So we appreciate all those listeners and viewers and all that
Fans.
other
I was
good
going to
stuff.
say fans.
Fans, yeah. Cardinal fans, not our fans.
No, I was talking about both.
So Braylon Jeter heads to the plate.
Got a good shot in the first inning.
Yeah, big
Right
single
up the middle.
for Jeter in the first. Also, you know, in that last ball game, he had a fly out, a 2 RBI single, and another single. So he's got 3 singles here today, multiple runs batted in. And so Jeter steps up ready. Rodriguez with the pitch. It's driven towards center field. It's going to get down, and it's a single for Jeter.
Beautiful job. He's seen the ball well and playing the field tremendously. And keep in mind, he's the one who scored that first run for us.
You know, his mama was part of that state champion volleyball team, the only volleyball team in Eunice history to win a state championship. His mama, who's sitting over here to our left, part of that team.
Yes.
So quite a little athlete of her own, for sure.
His daddy was pretty good too.
Yeah, for sure. So Jeter standing at first. Here goes the
beautiful
bunt.
job,
It's
Ed.
right down the first base line. Cerna hustling over, and the pitcher does a good job, but that's going to advance the runner.
Honestly, I like small ball.
Yeah.
And I'm not questioning Coach Drew's job here, but number 7's up the bat. He's been struggling. Bubba got a good hit last time. So I would let it play out just a little bit more, but that's why I'm here, and he's there.
So just to kind of touch on that, Cerna walked his last at bat. Pender had an RBI single his last at bat.
Am I getting confused with last game?
Maybe so, because he did have an RBI single his last at bat. So here we go. Pender steps up there into the right-handed batter's box.
Last game he struck out, huh? Pretty much.
Yeah, I think the last game he struggled a little bit.
He
had
did
a
great
fly-
on the field, but he struggled on the
fly
plate.
out
Yeah.
and 3 strikeouts in the
I
last
stand
game.
corrected.
But
I
his
apologize.
first game here, he had a single with an RBI. That's the only run that we've scored in this game.
I guess I need to get better stats, huh?
You got to get your field reporter there to keep up with that stuff for you.
On that whole hitting the wrist type of field, huh?
yeah. At least the wrist would have probably been better than the throw.
Yeah. He said, I couldn't breathe. I go, why don't you raise your hands? I couldn't breathe. That's all he said. Boy.
Once again, there's an interesting film crew here with a big camera with a big old fluffy-looking mic on the end of it. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing. We got a 1-0 ball game here in Loving.
Oh,
Pender
wow.
watched that one go by for strike 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes here to Aiden Pender. Runner standing on second is Jeter. So Pender steps back in there. He's ready. Rodriguez on the hill for the Falcons. Takes a look at his catcher, shakes his head, and then delivers the pitch right past Pender for the strikeout. So that'll bring Billy Blevins to the plate. Blevins been a little bit cold so far here today. He had a couple of strikeouts and then advanced runners on a bunt to get out in game 1, and then he struck out his first at bat here today.
So he's pretty much due as well, huh?
Yes, sir.
So
So
we thought
he
about it.
thought about
Oh.
that one, and a late delayed call there by the
The
ump
umpire
on
thought
the
about it too, huh?
strike one. Yes.
The umpire, was it or was it not? He thought about it. Okay, it's a strike. Oh, well.
Blevins back in there. 0-1 is the count. Here's the pitch. It's outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs.
That was a little closer than another one, wasn't it?
It was in that same ballpark
Yep.
as far as outside, inside. Now, height, low, it looked like it was a little low,
Low.
too. So Billy steps back in. He's ready. Here comes the pitch. Blevins with a big swing and a miss. Strike 2.
He's protecting that outside corner, man.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to go up there and relax. He knows what he's doing. Just kind of relax. Sometimes sports like this, you can't think up there. You overthink everything.
Yep. So Blevins steps back in there. He's ready. Here comes a big breaking ball, and crowd
Misses.
wanted that call on the Loving side. And that makes it 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, rock, paper, scissors, boogie, 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 or whatever they say.
I think it is that.
It sounds good to me, but I don't think it's right. And there's strike number 3 as Blevins tipped that one off. The catcher caught it, and that'll get him out of the inning, or get him out of the top half of the 4th. You're listening to Nomar Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports as Eunice leads 1-0. We'll listen to a word from our sponsors.
The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in well sick care for all ages, well women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. On a beautiful sunny day, I'm Jimmy Jones alongside Rosendo Caballero.
Hello.
Still don't have our man, the myth, the legend, Charlie with us, as he's been ill for about a month.
Or a little bit more, maybe.
Yeah. So our thoughts and prayers are with Charlie. We miss you. Can't wait to see you back out here with us.
I'll tell you something. If Charlie was here, we would never got the hat.
Well, you would have never had the sweat
Yeah.
marks on
Yeah,
that
never.
hat in front of us, huh? You'd have been. You'd have
He
been
would took it
around
out of the whole
those.
area. He protects
Oh,
his
yeah.
camera.
Yeah, he takes pride in his camera work.
Ball 1 as the ball gets away from the catcher. Hits this brick wall and bounces right back to the catcher. It's pretty cool. This is number 3 up the bat for the Loving Falcons.
So number 3 is Bobby Porras. He had a ground out his first at bat in this ball game.
Bobby Boucher.
Earlier today, he had a ground out, an RBI single, and a strikeout, and he takes that strike on the outside corner. So 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs here. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Eunice with a 1-0 lead. There's a swing foul ball. So that's going to make it 2 strikes. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yes, sir, it is. 1 ball, 2 strikes here on Bobby Boucher, he said. He's an Adam Sandler character right off of Waterboy.
Yeah, one of them little football Adam Sandler movies. Got that hot pink bat. Here's the swing, and he hits it over toward third. Jeter runs in, scoops it up, fires it over to first, and Jeter has just been a Hoover vacuum cleaner over at third today.
I love that confidence he's having out there right now.
Mm-hmm.
Did a beautiful job, and what's helping him, he's coming off that slow turf they have out here, charging it.
Yeah,
Beautiful
we've
job.
seen him barehand 1 or 2. We've seen him scoop up several and fire them out over at first. So,
And he's smiling out there.
yeah.
That's good.
So that brings up the pitcher, Emerson Rodriguez. He had a single his first at bat, and he did it again right about the same place.
Yep, right about the same spot.
And so that'll send Rodriguez over to first with another single. That's his second single of the ball game here. And next up will be Diego Leja. He had a fly out, his first at bat here. He is the young man, I believe. No, I was fixing to say he's the guy that got hit multiple times. But
That's number 11. That's number 11.
So there's a big swing and a miss for strike number 1.
I think the 11 coaches were asking for a courtesy runner, but the umpires did not even bother looking at him.
Really?
Yeah, he kept touching his head.
So there's a ball in that outside corner for strike number 2. So no balls, 2 strikes here to Leja. Leja steps back in, got that hot pink bat again. They got a lot of hot pink bats over there in that dugout. And there's a drive up towards short. Short's going to scoop it up, steps on first, fires over to
Beautiful
first.
job, Jonathan.
Jonathan Caballero with the unassisted double play there as he fires it over to Calvillo at first. And just like that, the Cardinals get out of the inning, and we're headed to the 5th. Cardinals lead 1-0.
Beautiful job. That ball got him quickly, had time to touch the base by himself and throw it over. Nice job there, Jonathan.
Good job. We'll send it over for a quick word from our sponsors. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice schools are excited to have students and staff back on campus and
nice
involved in another
Yeah,
successful
that's a
school
nice
term.
one.
It's been an eventful year, and the Eunice schools are ready for whatever comes their way. Eunice
Fifth,
Public
I think.
Schools provide
Yeah, fifth.
high-quality educational experiences in a safe environment. The entire Eunice community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities, and a fantastic school system.
Oh, yeah.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance
Yeah, you get 'em-
and
you get 'em
construction
over and
within the
over.
oil and gas industry.
Lot of
NMR
downtime.
Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all
we
Lee
probably need
County
to start
athletics
looking at the
and
state
academics.
schedule and decide whether we're going to try to do that or. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. I'm Jimmy Jones alongside Rosendo Caballero.
Hello, hello.
We've had a heck of a day so far here as Game 1 went the Cardinals' way, 6-2. We're in Game 2 right now. We're in the top of the 5th after a beautiful double play pulled out there by the shortstop, Jonathan Caballero. He come in, smoked up the fast-moving ball, stepped on second, fired it over to first for the 3rd out. And here we go, getting ready to start the 5th inning.
That's Coburn here, the bottom of the lineup, and right away we start off after that with Morales and Jonathan and Caballero on the hole.
Yep. So Brady Coburn with a fly out, his first at bat, hit a ball well, and so he's back up there. And there's a big breaking ball that cuts back across for strike number 1.
And what I like about this young man, he's seeing the ball and hitting the ball. Even though they're catching it, he's making contact.
Absolutely, I concur. So Coburn back in there, he's ready. Takes a look at the pitcher Rodriguez. Here comes the pitch, and it's high and outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here to Brady Coburn.
They don't have a press box here, so they don't announce players coming out or anything, do they?
I have heard some music, but it sounds like it's coming from their dugout. Probably one of them portable speaker things, I would assume. But there's a big swing and a miss for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Coburn. You know, they like I said, they've redone this since I saw it last, and it looks really nice. I definitely give them credit for that. It is a nice-looking field that they've got here.
They spent a lot of money here.
Oop, and there's a check swing off the turf. I think they've called an
out.
I thought he called a foul ball over here, but I guess not. So
I don't know. He's kind of talking between the catcher and the umpire. We're talking about going through something, but so went down on strikes for out number 1 for the Eunice Cardinals. Brings Alfredo Morales, Jonathan Caballero on deck, and Chance Tucker in the hole. Morales gets set, delivers a pitch, hits it opposite field for a foul ball over towards first base.
That's 6 strikeouts is what I was counting for Emerson Rodriguez, the pitcher for Loving. He's already got 6 strikeouts here in this game, so a good job for him. And he's held these Eunice bats in check because you don't see many games where Eunice has only got 1 run through 5 innings, so he's done a good job on the hill. There's a drive over toward right field. It's going to drop. And just like that, Alfredo Morales with the single into right field.
Good job doing on opposite field on that outside pitch. Honestly, I thought that outfielder could have came up and caught that, but
yeah, he kind of started to and then hesitated, and then by that point it was too late for him to get up to it, so it skipped in front of him.
He knows his body better than we do, right?
Jonathan Caballero comes up to the plate, 1 out. Caballero at the plate. Morales over on first. They throw back, and it's going to get past.
Oh, he should get there anyways because they blocked him.
Morales is going to easily get to second. He's going to make the turn and then stay right there. And so the error by the Loving Falcons puts another runner in scoring position for the Eunice Cardinals.
If he would have got thrown out at second, when he made that turn, he bumped into that first baseman, so they would have given him that base either way. Hopefully they would have, right? Who knows?
So J-Cab steps up there. Got a runner on second.
Steps out of the box again.
Now he steps back in there. He's ready. Rodriguez quickly into his motion. They're going to spin around. There's nobody back there to keep him on base, but he's going to pump fake at him anyway.
He's in his head, right?
Mm-hmm. Now the second baseman comes over to try to cover. And here comes the pitch.
That should have been no pitch because that kid tonight never came set.
It's his motion I've noticed is a real quick one.
Does he come set for a split second?
I don't know. It's close.
That time he did, but the last one he didn't.
Looking over there, there's nobody there to hold him. Now and that ball's going to hit J-Cab. So J-Cab heads over to first as he gets hit by a pitch.
That's what he's telling him right now. You got to come to. Oh no, he's changing the ball.
Yeah, so runners at first and second, and Chance Tucker comes to the plate. He had a double his last at bat. He had a triple and a double in the first game. He's had multiple RBIs here in Loving. So Tucker steps up there. As we mentioned, this young man signed to play some college baseball just yesterday. Eunice named the day Chance Day. So anyway, we'll see if he can keep it going and keep it Chance Day. Big gap out there in right center. If he could push one out there into that gap, he'd score.
I see it now, yep.
Yeah, he'd score a lot of runs if he could get one in there.
The first pitch comes in as a strike. Is a huge breaking ball right over the plate.
So no balls, 1 strike, 1 out. We're in a 1-0 ball game. Eunice with 2 runners on base. And that ball's chipped over towards second. Several people running for it. Second baseman going to pick it up on the little check swing fly out.
As Chance runs all the way down to first base with the bat in his hand. And he hits the ground with it out of frustration. Well, we have Jose Calvillo. Calvillo's been hitting the ball very well, but right at people.
Yep. So Calvillo steps up here. He's he lined out and grounded out, and like you said, he's hit it hard. He's hit it solid. He's just hit it right at people.
Yes.
Sure be nice if he could hit it right up that gap in the middle. And he hits it over toward first. First baseman scoops it up. They're going to race to first. And Calvillo on the ground out. Once again, lined one right over at the first baseman. And just like that, Loving was able to keep us from scoring any runs. That's a 1-0 ball game as we move into the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice has a friendly small-town atmosphere, great schools and churches, and a low cost of living. The entire community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. The Eunice Department of Motor Vehicles' new office hours are Monday through Thursday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. No testing on Friday. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities.
Outlaw Grill thanks you for supporting Outlaw Grill throughout the years. Outlaw Grill has all your favorites, from savory soups to burgers. Porterhouse steaks, fettuccine alfredo, crispy chicken scallopini are just some of the all-time favorites. Outlaw Grill invites you to come in or call your order in 575-392-2012. That's 575-392-2012. It's a fast turnaround time for a delicious gourmet meal from the crew at Outlaw Grill.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Nomar Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here live from Loving. I'm Jimmy Jones alongside Rosendo Caballero. And we are in the bottom of the, I believe, fifth.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
Man, my eyes aren't very good anyway, and then I'm wearing my shades today, and then we're looking through this netting, and oh man, you talk about
getting dizzy.
Yeah, getting dizzy with it. Yeah. It's it'll definitely make you squint a little bit as you're looking out
getting
there.
dizzy with it. Huh?
All right, so Caleb Rodriguez, he had a single his first at bat, comes to the plate for the Loving Falcons. So Caleb steps up. He takes a big swing and a miss for strike number one.
Did you get it? Yes, she did.
So Caleb back in there, ready to go. On the hill for the Cardinals is Bubba Cerna. There's a drive over toward third baseman. Jeter scoops it up, fires it toward first base, and Braylon Jeter has just looked amazing at first base this entire day.
At third base.
I'm sorry, yes, you're right, at third base.
And he's been making great throws, too, first base.
Yes, I concur.
And he's been hitting the ball. And he's been smiling out there, which is good. I like kids out there when they're having fun and smiling, especially there at third base.
So this is a different player. This is number 14. This is Nick Collins. So I think they've made some adjustments. Let's see.
Number 14?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'll put on here 14, Nick Collins. I'm adding him. I didn't have him batting in that first time around. But anyway, one ball, one strike, one out.
And I bet you didn't have 23 neither batting earlier.
Yeah, I didn't. So they've made some substitutions for sure. And there was a foul ball off the knuckles of whatever his name is, Collins.
Let the bat go, huh?
And then he let the bat go and threw it over here toward the fence.
So let's see. The count is 2 strikes, 1 ball, 1 out.
So Collins steps back in. He drives that one high
this
over
is his
toward third base.
This is his poison.
Oh.
This is his poison.
That high fly ball up into the sun, and Jeter couldn't find that one. And like I said, he's been part Hoover vacuum cleaner all day, but that high fly ball just into foul territory.
The reason I laugh, man, I tell him all the time, he hates fly balls.
Yeah.
He's never said that, but just by seeing him, watching him play, and that's his kryptonite.
Yep.
I was hoping he would have caught it.
So the big board out there says 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's a big swing and a miss, and Cerna gets him to swing and miss at that one.
Strike out number 2. Yeah, I always tease him about after the game, since usually pop fly, he stays away from him. And I was hoping he would have got this one. He would have gone perfect in the field if he would have. So Jeter. 4
strikeouts for Cerna. The Loving staff talking to the ump. I'm sure it's because of the switch in the batting, the lineup, whatnot. This is number 2-3. So 2-3 is the.
Was he even on the other last roster? I don't remember him. Last time.
I didn't have him. I don't have him at all. I don't have him anywhere on any of the rosters that I have. Anyway,
probably picked him up at Allsup's. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
Yeah.
On number 23.
2-3. That's MJ.
They said Jace. Somebody said Jace.
Jace?
Yes.
All right. Like my grandson, Jace. Shout out to Jace. There's a big swing and a miss for strike number 2.
I'm telling you something. This young man is not holding back when he swings.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I felt some wind blow on that swing.
I almost knocked my glasses off.
Mm-hmm. Here comes the pitch, and it's in there for strike number 3. And down goes 2-3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strikeouts already here for Cerna, I believe, if my math is correct. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here as the Cardinals lead 1-0 in Game 2 versus Loving.
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006. Their team is known for their hard work and dedication, big enough to meet your needs for transport, pump trucks, vacuum trucks, and disposal services. Parker Energy and their staff are huge supporters of all Lee County sports and academics. They encourage their young adults to go the extra mile, whether it's sports, grades, or just being a better you. Parker Energy Support Services, 2350 Avenue O, a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of their Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids with their academics and athletics. They realize that balancing both is challenging and appreciate their determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they are cheering them on all the way. Bart and his crew say, "Go Eunice Cardinals!"
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Loving. I'm Jimmy Jones alongside Rosendo Caballero, and we are here covering a District 4 2A matchup as the number 2 ranked team in the state. The Loving Falcons are hosting the number 4 ranked team in the state, the Eunice Cardinals, also the defending state champion Eunice Cardinals, and the 18 or 19 time state champs. We are sorry for the eclipse, and it has now went away, and here we go. So 1-0 is the score, and Braylon Jeter steps up into the right-handed batter's box, and that first pitch is going to be low and outside and comes all the way back here near us.
For ball number 1.
So Bubba Cerna on deck. He's warming up in the circle. Braylon Jeter at the plate. Jeter's had a heck of a day here today. He's got multiple singles, and he's hit the ball hard. And now, just as I say that, he swings and misses at that one.
Kind of tried to pull this hitter going the opposite field like he has been going all day.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to use some of that power. Keep your hands back, put the ball in play. We'll be in good shape, bud.
Jeter steps back in there. 1-1-1 or 1-1-0 on the board. He hits that one over towards second. Second baseman runs in, scoops up, throws it to first, and gets him in time. So Jeter with the ground out.
Route number 1.
Yep.
And it was a bang-bang play, so that means he's hustling out there.
Yeah, and something I heard one of the Loving fans hollering at the catcher because the catcher never left his spot. He stood there and watched it. They usually hustle down to first to back up first.
If I was a catcher, I wouldn't hustle in this week. Second game, you crazy, Pops.
So Rodriguez on the hill. Cerna steps up to the plate. Big swing and a miss for strike number 1 for Cerna.
I mean, it's hard enough to be out there on your knees, even at that age. For 4 hours straight.
Yeah. Aiden Pender in the on-deck circle as Bubba Cerna at the plate. Here comes the pitch from Rodriguez. It's driven over into right center. It's going to drop, and it almost got through. And so what a shot by Cerna, and he's going to end up with the single out of that deal.
We're going to have a sighting of Tyson Coy out there. Running out there, going to run.
Yeah, so in comes Coy. He'll take over the running duties after the Cerna single. Coy heads to first.
Like you said, Aiden Pender up the bat.
Pender's got a single RBI. Scored his RBIs led to the score of the only run in this ball game so far. So Pender steps up there. Billy Blevins in the on-deck circle. Coy over on first with a big lead. There's a ball that's hit foul over toward third.
I believe it was a hit-and-run situation because that runner was going from first. So let's see if they keep that in play again.
So 0-1 is the count, 1 out. We're in a 1-0 ball game. Coy on first. He was going that time. Let's see if they try to throw back. They do. They try to throw over there for him this time.
I mean, somebody's paying attention in their dugout, right?
Yeah. Either that or the pitcher is.
Yeah, I would give him credit too.
So Rodriguez looking over there again. Catcher trying to get ready. There's a swing on and miss.
Missed it by a little bit, man.
So 0-2 is the count, 1 out.
Runner on first.
Sure.
Blevins on deck.
Pender at the plate. He's in there ready. Take a look. They throw back over toward first again.
Just need that ball by him, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Get him on second.
That'd be a good deal for the Cardinals for sure. So Rodriguez takes a look over there again. He throws it toward home, and there's a big breaking ball. Pender watches it go by for the strikeout, and that'll bring Billy Blevins to the plate. Blevins been cold today.
He's using a different bat here, too, I think.
Yeah, looks like he has switched bats from the last time he was up.
Sometimes that's all it takes, boss.
Yeah. So Blevins steps up, runner at first. Here comes the pitch. Big breaking ball. Doesn't quite get back in there for ball
Stayed
one.
high.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought he was going to swing it. I'm not going to lie, the way his motion to hands moved.
Levin's back in there, ready to go. Coy with the big lead over at first. Here comes the pitch. It's low and outside
Get
for
out of
ball
there.
2. So 2 balls, no strikes to Billy.
We have Coburn on deck, right?
Yep. Brady Coburn stands in the on-deck circle. Coy on first. Rodriguez on the hill for Loving. Takes a look at his catcher. Catcher looking over to get the signal from the coach. Coach gives him the signal.
Again.
Catcher now gives it to the pitcher, and here we go. Here comes the pitch. Inside, almost hits the bill of Billy's hat. Or helmet.
That's a tongue twister. Billy's bill.
Yeah,
got it.
Billy's bill of his hat. Billy goat.
That's scary as a parent when you see that. Like, oh, please move, son.
Yep.
Or daughter, you want to get hit in the moneymaker.
3 balls, no strikes, 2 outs here.
Red light or green light?
To Blevins, I'm sure it's a red. He takes that one. They're sending the runner. The runner slides in there, and
Nobody was there to catch the
yeah.
second baseman backing it up.
And so the runner now standing on second with 2 outs. So Blevins got a chance here. That was a big breaking ball, which was strange for a 3-0 count. Huge breaking ball, and it came back in there and got across the plate.
Let's go, Blevins.
And so Coy looking like he might try to make a run, and there is strike number 2 as Billy watched that one go by. So now we got a full count. 3-2 is the count. 2 outs. Blevins got to step in there and relax.
No pressure,
Let his hands go to work. So here comes the pitch. It's a
big
big breaking ball for strike number 3. So Blevins goes down swinging, and that gets the Falcons out of that little pickle they were in there. It's a 1-0 ball game as we head to the bottom, I believe, of the 6th. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
You've just changed the light bulb in the pantry to an Energy Star energy-efficient LED bulb, one that uses up to 90% less energy than a regular old incandescent bulb and saves you more than $55 over its lifetime. You just saved energy and money and did the environment a solid. What's next? Organizing the pantry? It's suddenly so well lit. Find our LED discounts at excelenergy.com/lighting deals. Excel Energy.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. I'm Jimmy Jones alongside Rosendo Caballero.
Hello, hello.
We are here live in Loving as your Eunice Cardinals have traveled over here for a District 4 2A matchup. As we've mentioned multiple times, the number 2 ranked team in the state, the Loving Falcons, hosting the number 4 ranked team in the state and the defending state champion Eunice Cardinals. Bubba Cerna on the plate, or on the hill here today in game number 2. Eunice won game number 1, 6-2, and we are late in game number 2. Eunice with a 1-0 lead. And
we have a pinch hitter, number 20. I don't think he's on your roster. And they call that a strike. That's strike number 2. And the reason I know is because he's the only left-handed batter I've seen on the Loving team.
Yeah, I concur. Yeah, I do not have this batter on my list either. This is number 20. And so 1 ball, 2 strikes. And so big 2-0 up in that left-handed batter's box for the Falcons. I don't have him on my list. Here goes the pitch. A swing and a miss for strike number 3. And that'll send him to the dugout. And we'll see if we get back to some normal bats here as far as the normal
That's going to be number 5.
goes.
Should be top of the lineup here, right?
Yes, Tristan Ansuarez. He's got a fly out and a ground out here in this ball game. So he steps up there. ready to go. Here's the pitch. It's outside for ball number 1.
Oh, just a way outside there.
So 0-1 to Ansuarez. He steps in there again, takes a couple of practice wiggles, and here he goes and takes a big swing and a miss. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out in a 1-0 ball game here in game number 2.
On this beautiful, beautiful Saturday afternoon.
Man, it is a nice day.
You don't get many of these in New Mexico.
There's a drive over toward third base. They scoop it up. They're going to say it's foul ball.
A young man has some knowledge of the game, waited for that ball to get past
Yes.
base there to even
Past
touch
that
it.
line, and then he scooped it up. Jeter's done a good job over there at third base.
Stat, I want a pop fly. I think it's his kryptonite.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he gets one over here out of play and catches it so he can shut me up. Huh?
Yep.
That'd be nice. I'll give him a big old hug in a minute.
So on Suarez steps in there again, ready to go. Here comes the pitch. Swing on and foul.
Count remains the same. 2 strikes, 1 balls. That was kind of a stay alive swing, wasn't it?
I concur. I concur. It was a stay alive swing.
And we have target on deck. Ooh.
Ball's going to be outside corner for called strike 3. I've got Cernan out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strikeouts on the ball game.
And there's a sighting of the white butterfly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a few of them out there. I see that one. So this is Aiden Leyva. He's got a walk and a strikeout. He hits that over towards short. Scooped up by Caballero, gunned over to first. And just like that, 3 up, 3 down. The Cardinals get out of this one, and we move to the 7th with Eunice in the lead, 1-0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
IPS Incorporated is a proud member of this community. IPS is the turnkey solution in the oil patch. One call to IPS for your upstream and midstream solutions, comprising of dirt work, electrical, pumping, and crane service, plus your automation and control, is all handled with one call. One call for every aspect of your oil and gas project. Google IPS Hobbs or simply call 393-1417. IPS, the turnkey one-call oil and gas company.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal baseball. As the multiple-time state champion Eunice Cardinal baseball team, the defending state champs from last year, and the number 4 ranked team in the state here this year. And the only reason they're number 4 is because they played a heck of a schedule. And what I mean by that is all their losses have come to either Texas
or
private
5A
schools, 5A
academies.
New Mexico schools, yes, academies, that sort of thing. I mean, that's all their losses. So anyway, Rodriguez on the hill for Loving. It's a little check swing
By
to
Colburn.
Brady Colburn.
Brady Colburn.
They call strike number 1. So no balls, 1 strike here to Colburn. On deck is the top of the lineup, Alfredo Morales.
And my phone is at 9%, so
It's possible we could lose the score app here in a few minutes.
and I'm going to see Tiff send me his 1,000 check. Where you at? What's going on? So bear with us, okay, Tiff?
Big breaking ball there, and I don't know what they called
He called it a ball.
Oh, did he? Okay, so 1 ball, 1 strike. Here comes the pitch, and it's low and outside. I believe that should be ball number 2.
2,
Yep,
yes, sir.
There you go. So 2 balls, 1 strike here to Brady Colburn. Colburn steps in there.
Catcher doing adjustment to his catching gear.
Colburn's now ready. Rodriguez, once he gets on the mound, he's pretty quick.
Yeah, he's ready to rock and roll, yes.
It usually don't take him long to throw. So here he goes. He winds up, throws, big breaking
Ooh,
ball
misses it inside.
So that's 3 balls, 1 strike.
That was close. Colburn let it go. He knew better than me. go.
Here comes the pitch. Low for ball number 4.
So top of the lineup, Alfredo Morales coming up to bat. Jonathan Caballero on deck, and Chance Tucker in the hoe for the Eunice Cardinals.
And Colburn can run at first base now. Young man's got some wheels, and here comes the Falcon coach out, and they're going to bring all the Falcons up toward the hill. Quick shout out to sponsors while this is happening. Eunice Wrecker and Rental, John Dean Davis and his family. He's a city council member as well. Parker Energy Services, Brett and Penny Parker. Eunice Pump and Supply, my neighbors Brandon Matthews and Becky Nogelmeyer and all their staff. Eunice Health Clinic, Leanne Reeves, Brian, Nikki, Elma, Aaron, Danny, Casey, Bobby, and all the gang. Devon Energy, my main man Bryce Jenkins, and Mr. Dean, Ryan Dean. I know he works with that group too. NMR Pipeline, BTH Services and Rental, Chad Howler and their gang. Cardinal Hardware and Lumber, the Davis and the Myers. Eunice Public Schools, Dwayne Haynes, Cynthia Sims, Rosendo. Matt Coy, Kenny Reed, Miss Hahn, Mr. David Gallegos, the Senator. Outlaw Grill, the City of Eunice, and Redbird Gas.
That was a very, very long meeting on the mound. I don't see the umpire why he let him go that long.
Yeah.
I'll give a quick free plug in here. Tomorrow and Sunday. Today, I apologize, and Sunday they have that championship youth basketball tournament there in Eunice, and they're going to be selling some food and raffling some cornhole holes for that family there in town.
You know what? I did see the cornhole things. I didn't know they had a basketball tournament going, so
Yes,
that's
sir.
pretty cool. I'm always down for a basketball tournament. Colburn was thinking about going. He was hunkered down in that position looking like a spider ready to explode on some prey, but he was sure thinking about it. And that would have been a good pitch to go on, too, with
Yes.
that one skipping off the turf.
Yeah, that cornhole boards were made by Juan Zamora, and they came out nice.
Oh, wow. I saw the
They're
pictures.
beautiful.
They looked really nice.
Great thank you to him. He's going to donate some to the high school class, the senior class, too.
Juan does a good job
Yes.
making those things for sure. Here goes the pitch. It's driven over toward the gap, and it gets through, and that'll advance Colburn over. And so now we have Morales at first, Colburn at second, and up comes Jonathan Caballero.
Up the bat. I'm going to stand up a little bit, Mr. Jones, if you don't mind.
Not at all. So Rosendo getting a little nerve action here, and it might be a sciatic nerve as we're sitting on these metal benches for like 4 hours. It might not be the nerves of the game. It may be the sciatic nerve of these hard
My legs going to sleep.
steel bleachers. So Caballero steps to the plate. He's got a strikeout, a fly out, and got hit by a pitch here in this ball game. Runners at first and second. That ball's going to get through, and that'll advance the runners easily. So now runners at second and third. So runners in scoring position with Caballero at the plate.
And he got ball number 1. And the pitcher takes a while to get back to the mound.
Yeah, so Emerson Rodriguez, you know, he's done an amazing job in this game, I will tell you. Holding the Cardinals to 1 run in a game is not something easily done. We've seen the big Texas private schools and schools like Lovington that struggle to do that, and this young man's done a good job.
That he has.
But he's been up there for a long time. We're in the 7th inning. Eunice now with runners at second and third, no outs. And Jonathan Caballero standing at the plate. Chance Tucker standing in the on-deck circle. Here comes the pitch. It's high and outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Yes, sir. 2 balls, 1 strike. And there's the coach out there picking up that foul ball.
Oh, yeah, with that thing on his head again.
Don't want to get no sunburn, man. That's something hot out there.
All right, the abominable one. There's a drive over toward short. That'll keep the ball in play. That's going to easily score a run. And, oh, man, looked to me like the first baseman might have pulled off the bag. But anyway, Caballero does what he needed to do, which is an RBI ground out.
And I kind of pretty assume my son ran faster than that, but he didn't.
Yeah, well, that's all right. Chance
Got
Tucker
RBI,
now
right?
comes to the plate. Tucker will step in. This young man's got a triple, multiple doubles, and a single here today throughout the games that we've played so far, and he drives that one high. It's deep into left. They're going to make the catch, but that'll give us a chance to tag, and here they come. And they're going to get
Yep,
home.
an RBI.
So Tucker scores a run in the form of the RBI as Morales comes across the plate.
And this is a young man, Calvillo. I want him to get himself a good, solid base hit. Because he's due, man. He's crushing the ball, but right towards first baseman.
So Eunice now leads 3-0 here in this game, game 2. And Jose Calvillo steps up. As we mentioned, Calvillo has hit the ball well. It just seems like every time he hits it right at somebody.
Yes. Look how deep the first baseman's playing.
Oh, yeah, and the second
Yeah.
baseman. He's in the outfield. And the shortstop. Shoot, they're all in the outfield. There's a drive foul right back over the top of us into the net and falls down there.
As Mr. Jeter picks it up, being on deck.
Yep. He scooped it up bare hand, was going to fire it toward first, and then realized he was in the on deck.
So
So
he's about to bat and I'll play defense, huh?
So that ball's off the shins of somebody.
Off the catcher, I hope, because they came out pretty hard there.
Yeah.
Making it count. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Calvillo. The only left-handed batter the Eunice has.
Yep. Yep. So Rodriguez walks back over, gets on the hill. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. It's a 3-0 game. Eunice in the lead here late. Here comes the kick and fire from Rodriguez.
Ooh,
Swing and a miss by Calvillo. And so that makes a strikeout for Calvillo. I show Rodriguez now with 7 strikeouts in the ball game, so he's had a pretty good day on the hill.
Yes, he has.
We'll send it over for a quick word from our sponsors. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice has a friendly small-town atmosphere, great schools and churches, and a low cost of living. The entire community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. The Eunice Department of Motor Vehicles' new office hours are Monday through Thursday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. No testing on Friday. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities.
Outlaw Grill thanks you for supporting Outlaw Grill throughout the years. Outlaw Grill has all your favorites, from savory soups to burgers. Porterhouse steaks, fettuccine alfredo, crispy chicken scallopini are just some of the all-time favorites. Outlaw Grill invites you to come in or call your order in 575-392-2012. That's 575-392-2012. It's a fast turnaround time for a delicious gourmet meal from the crew at Outlaw Grill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. My tongue is about
done?
It's about done today.
Well, they better flip it over. You're going to get all burnt with this heat.
My back is what's about
Yeah.
done. I've been sitting on this metal bleacher for 4 hours, and I've been down in the back anyway. There's a flip over, and Calvillo comes running in and scoops that one up. What a play by Calvillo.
Tell you, you're like a bobcat out there.
Yeah. Said,
Coming
"Meow,
in on here."
meow," like a wildcat from Lovington.
Wildcat. Yeah, we'll say 11. I was going to say something on that one. That's out number 1.
Yeah.
Brings on big 22, their pitcher for the night's game.
So we're 2 outs away from the sweep here in Loving against the number 2 ranked team in the state of New Mexico, and that ball's going to get away and back to the screen it goes.
And big
Yeah.
21's up the bat next on deck.
Yep. So we got Emerson Rodriguez, the pitcher, up to bat now, and Diego Leja.
Okay, he is on the roster this time.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. So this is their pitcher. He's done a good job, as I mentioned. Until that last inning, he had held us to 1 run in 6 innings. We put up 2 on the last. There's a drive high into shallow left center field. 3 Cardinals trying to get to it. Caballero does a really good job of tracking it down for the out.
It's a good job. He had to go a long ways backpedaling backwards without his normal cleats on. Let's just say that, and catch that ball. That's pretty good. You and I both know when you have a certain pair of shoes in any sport,
yeah.
you get comfortable with them.
That's Chloe. She bought some high-dollar fancy track spikes this year. And they're real thin, like meshy material, real lightweight. And she's long jumping, pole vaulting, running hurdles, all this other stuff. Well, the heels are starting to come apart
man.
in them. And I told her, I said, well, we might have to get some different ones. She don't want different ones. You know, she's
Can you blame her?
No, she's ran the best times that she's ever ran in her high school career. She's got the longest jumps ever, and she's like, I'm wearing these with the heels falling off of them. We had to take a knife the other day and chop part of the heel off in the middle of the track meet.
Is there any shoemakers in Hobbs that can adjust them for us?
Man, I don't know. They're all rubber and mesh. There's not much to them. It's like a sock with some spikes sticking out the ball of the foot, you know.
Does a job, brother.
Yeah. And there's strike number 2. So 2 and 2 and 2, 2, 2, 2. Rock, paper, scissors, boogie, and all
Boogie
that.
out number 3,
All
go
that
home.
Heath Dean, Jared Gladden stuff.
They're not normal people, are they?
Not at all.
Oh, swing and a miss for strike number 3.
And I believe that's going to do it,
Yes,
right?
that is.
So that's 8 Ks for Cerna as he pitches the complete game. Eunice with the sweep here in Loving today. Eunice wins game 1 6-2. They win game 2 3-0. And your Cardinals have knocked off the number 2 ranked team in the state and shown that they belong up in that discussion in the top 2 or 3 for sure.
And 2 district games.
This Eunice team has played a heck of a schedule. Their record is not great, but they've played multiple private schools in Texas. They've played Lovington, a 5A powerhouse. They've played Nimmy, who's been a force to reckon with, and, you know, they're a private school as well. So, anyway, a big win for the Cardinals. We want to thank all the listeners and watchers back at home and those across the country because we always get viewers and listeners watching.
There might be somebody
everywhere.
in Washington watching us, right?
That's right. Washington, D.C. It's a shout-out to Senator Gallegos, my wife, Erica Jones, and Mayor Billy Hobbs as they're representing the city of Eunice in Washington right now on a last-minute deal. So shout-out to them. And thank you, everyone, for watching this week. I think next Saturday is a ball game. I know I won't be able to make it, so we'll either have somebody from the station because I don't think Rescindo's going to be able to make it either. So either someone from the station or we might not be able to cover. This week, Thursday, the Cardinal track teams are in business over here in Loving, so we'll be back over here again on Thursday. We appreciate you listening. Thank you to our sponsors. Have a great day, everyone. Enjoy your weekend.
Most definitely. God bless.